Take it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. The sweet peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when sweet peas in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. White to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Morelia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate. Take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet peas got the spice, she's the queen of the house. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet peas got the spice, she's the queen of the house. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made a goal. Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Pea's nearly strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. Hopefully everybody had a wonderful evening. We are going to get into, I want to say it's like a two-part, like rest of day 2, and then we're going to get directly into day 3. We are going to be also watching for a verdict in the Lindsay Clancy case. I don't know if they'll get a verdict today. I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. Let me see. How that turns out for us, I should say. So that should be interesting. A lot of people think that we're gonna get a verdict today. I don't think we will, only because they have a lot of different charges. And why they have so many charges, I haven't quite figured that part out. But they do have a lot of them. So I'm like, okay, well, with all these charges, I really just don't know. I just don't know how that works and how that looks, but they have a lot of them. That's what I can definitely tell you. Let's see here. Okay, so before we go in, let me get our my notes up that we have from yesterday in regards to this case. I don't think this case is gonna go on that long, to be honest, guys, but we'll see. I think this case will probably be at the jury by, I say maybe Tuesday or Wednesday. If they know what I know, it should be there Tuesday or Wednesday, but we'll see. Okay. Cool beans. So, just to give a recap from yesterday's testimony, yesterday we finished up with MO3's last girlfriend. It's to my understanding from everything that we deciphered yesterday that she also, her baby daddy is allegedly, Devin, allegedly accused of coordination of some sort with this crime. Okay. Prosecutors say that MO3, whose real name, just so you guys know, is Melvin Nobles, was the target of a planned murder to hire plot that involved the guy Kewon, who is allegedly the shooter. Devin, I'm not sure exactly what his relationship, besides him maybe knowing Yella Beezy, and Yella Beezy. Now, he, as we know, we've seen the video a couple times with him running down MO3 on the freeway, broad daylight, I-35, don't care, middle of the day. Now, the defense is attacking, of course, the connection chain. Like, why would he have anything to do with it? Nobody could identify him on a thing. So, a lot of reasonable doubt in those ways, unless we get some kind of, I'm pretty sure it's coming, cell phone data, putting him right there on the freeway at the time. His vehicle, I bet you that's his car. That's right there on the freeway. Didn't even try to get a rental car or steal a car or anything. Just riding around his car, riding dirty, about to do some dirty stuff. So Jocelyn, when she was on the thing, she was CMO3 at the time. It was only like 3 months, but what the prosecutors was trying to do is say, hey, you and your baby daddy, Devin, y'all were not getting along, right? And MO3 had been over to your house a couple times, right? And on the day of the incident, you were on the phone arguing with your baby daddy, right? How we know he didn't follow him and do it? So, that's like a whole bunch of different concerns. We left off yesterday with the crime scene tech. Remember, we heard that 44 bullets were sprayed, shot on the freeway. And so she was just going through how she was collecting the evidence. I am just going to rewind to the beginning of her testimony so we can see it in its full completeness. Besides, there's pictures. We like pictures, so we should be okay. So that's what we're going to do today. And then we'll go into day 2, and then we'll watch out for everything else that we have been looking out for, if that makes sense. So let me get this together. Let me get Mr. Keefe D out the way. We don't need you, Keefe. Still planning to go to Vegas on Sunday to go see Mr. Keefe D.
Take it to trial.
Okay. I'm like, why is that playing again? But I kind of know why it's playing, but I don't know why it's playing, but it's playing. Okay, let me get in here. Hey, Christine. Good morning, SD. Hey, Marilda, how are you? Hopefully everybody, or afternoon. It's probably afternoon. Dang it, I keep getting that shit wrong. It's, you know what I mean. I'm like, I'm just get to your name like, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Hopefully everybody hitting the like button as they're coming in. Without further ado, I'm gonna go ahead and get us in the courtroom so we can see exactly what we have going on today with our trial. Well, with yesterday, so we can make sure that we get this part done. Plus, I love pictures, so as long as they show me pictures.
Do you have to also be a police officer?
No, I am a civilian, so I went through education and training, and that's how I got hired at Dallas Police.
Can you please explain to the jury what that education and training is?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology, a Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice. I have a Master's in Forensic Science, and I have a doctorate in Forensic Science. And then I have been through a training outside of Dallas. I worked at Orange County Sheriff's Office in Orlando, Florida. That's where I received my initial training, and then I was hired on at DPD approximately 7 years ago, and I received additional training. And then I have about 500 or so hours of external credits in different types of, I guess, disciplines in forensic science.
And how long altogether have you worked in forensic science?
I've been in the field for 10 years.
And you said that right now you're with Dallas, but prior to that you were in Florida?
Yes, that is correct.
And what are your duties as a forensic analyst?
So as a manager, I'm still certified as a senior crime scene analyst, so I can still do the functions of the job, but I'm currently responsible for overseeing the work product of all of my employees. So I respond out to the scenes, I oversee the scenes, and then if I need to assist, I can. But overall, I make sure that their work product adheres to our policies and procedures that we are with the Dallas Police Department.
How are crime scene analysts assigned to go to a particular place?
So we have our crime scene analyst staff. We are a 24-hour unit, so therefore we have somebody on duty at all times. When a call for service comes in, we usually will dispatch the next available unit. For this specific case, we had a unit actually come in and assist because there was already some calls holding that day. So our analyst came in. This call was the first one that was, I guess, dispatched due to the analyst coming in early.
Is it just usually one crime scene analyst that works, or can there be multiple working one scene at a time?
So our policy states that one analyst and at least a supervisor will respond to all critical incidences, which would include a homicide, officer-involved shooting. So for a scene like this, we would dispatch at least 2 people, and then sometimes, depending on the scene size and the resources needed, we will dispatch additional.
Do you only get called out on specific kinds of cases?
We respond to all types of cases. So we have crime scene analysts who respond to violent crimes, and then we have crime scene technicians who respond to property crimes.
And when you finally get to a scene, what's your first priority?
When we first get to the scene, we try to make contact with either a patrol officer or if a detective has already made scene. And our very, very first priority is to make sure that the scene is contained. So we want to make sure that everything that is there on scene, the integrity is maintained. So once we get there, we make sure that everything's kind of locked down, that there's no more personnel inside and out. Whatever happened prior to our arrival, that there is no more movement amongst that scene.
Can you explain to the jury the different types of scenes that crime scene analysts can go to?
So the scenes can really vary. We can have outdoor scenes, we can have indoor scenes. So an indoor scene is going to be a little bit more contained. It's going to be a little bit easier to shut the door, make sure that nobody opens and closes the door. Whereas an outdoor scene, depending on the different entry points, it's just going to kind of depend on the size of it and the overall location. So we can respond to businesses, we can respond to apartment complexes, neighborhoods, or we can also respond to major intersections and streets as well.
Earlier you said that your first priority is to make sure that the scene is secure. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And then what do you do?
Once we make sure the scene is secure, we kind of just go through and observe what we have. We kind of just do walkthroughs. We try to figure out the extent of the scene, what is the immediate resources needed to process that scene, and if there's anything that really stands out that we need to preserve right away. Sometimes transient evidence is something that we need to contain. So we kind of just walk through and make sure that we identify all the priorities in that scene.
Can you explain what transient evidence is?
Transient evidence would be something that might be lost if it is not collected or preserved right away. So sometimes that could be gunshot residue, that could be a shoe print, especially if there's different type of weather conditions. We have to make sure that we preserve those items of evidence.
Are you the only one making a determination on what's important and what you should collect?
No, we usually collaborate with the case detectives. We can also collaborate amongst each other. Sometimes the case detectives get information throughout their investigation while we're on scene that might lead us to process certain areas or look at certain areas. But other than that, we're trained in making sure that we are thoroughly processing for what type of call we're being reported to. So if we are being called to a shooting, then we are looking for evidence that is associated with the shooting, etc., for stabbings or anything like that.
Once you determine that something is important or could be relevant, what do you do?
We are then going to start documenting it. So what we call is in situ. It means it's in place, it's as is. So we document everything without any type of manipulation. And then we will start adding evidence markers. We'll start marking, identifying what we're going to collect and what we deem as probative physical evidence. And then once we have done that, then that's when we will do our documentation and collection of those items.
Do you also maybe do diagrams as well?
We do. On certain types of scenes, we will diagram and take measurements. This is in case anybody ever needs to do any type of reconstruction or they need some type of relationship between items of evidence. So we will do it. It becomes a demonstrative for testimony or reference later.
And is there a certain way that crime scene analysts should take photos?
We do what we call overall mid-range close-up. So we are showing everything in context as an overall. Then when we do a mid-range, it's showing its relationship to a fixed point. And when we do close-up, it's that item only by itself. So it might have an evidence marker, but the point is to show you the details of that item.
And then once you take those photos, what do you do next?
Once we finish the photos, then we will go through the collection process. This is when we are actually seizing each item of evidence that has been identified, usually by a numerical identifier on the ground, what we also call like an evidence marker. So once we've collected those items, then we will kind of do like secondary, tertiary searches to make sure we've collected everything. And then we would usually begin any type of processing that might cause permanent damage or changes to the scene, such as like fingerprint processing, chemical processing, or anything like that.
And is it just one analyst that's doing this collection, or are you sometimes working as a team?
We're usually working as a team, especially for larger scenes. We usually request some of our lower level technicians to come in and help. And they're kind of just there to assist us. They're not responsible for any of the work product, but they're there to kind of like add an extra set of hands.
Once you start doing that collection, where does the evidence go?
Depending on what is required from the evidence, all the evidence returns back to the Dallas Police Department lab, and then we will either package the items and it will go to the next unit, or the items will be packaged and sent to the property room for storage.
And is that the extent of your involvement when you go out to a crime scene?
Yes.
And you don't do the firearm testing or DNA testing or anything like that, is that correct?
That is correct, I do not.
Were you called out to a shooting on a highway on November 11th of 2020?
Yes, I was.
Now, was it just you, or were you all working as a team?
We was. My crime scene analyst at the time, Justin O'Donnell, had already responded, and I responded about 45 minutes after him.
Was it just the two of you?
We did have additional personnel once I made scene. I called for additional personnel when our next shift started, which was approximately at 2:30 p.m.
Can you explain if there were any challenges to going to a crime scene like this?
It was difficult to access the actual scene location. The highway was shut down. They only had one entry point, so we had to go pretty far south to be able to hit the northbound ramp to come up. There was also quite a bit of car traffic, so for crime scene, we usually try to get as far up as we can in the crime scene, especially if we're going to be in and out of our vehicle. So navigating that type of traffic on the highway was a little difficult.
And what about collecting any evidence that was there?
The evidence was pretty far spread out, so we had to make sure we did a thorough job in searching, collecting, and identifying everything that we had. We had to move vehicles as well to make sure that if there was any items underneath the vehicles, that we had done a thorough search underneath each of those as well.
Is it hard to process scenes when you've got cars driving through or have previously driven through those scenes?
It can be difficult. It can manipulate the evidence. It can either change the physical aspect of it, such as it being crushed, or it can also spread them out. So they can bounce, they can kind of move around a little bit, so it makes it a little bit more difficult to identify the exact locations of everything.
And so maybe where a piece of evidence was, if a car drove through or someone ran by, that evidence could potentially move. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
You want to make a approach? Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 57 through 258. And we've met before and you've reviewed these photos?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember that this is the way that the scene was on the day that you responded out on November 11th of 2020?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Can you please take a moment just to review these photos and make sure that you recognize everything that's in these photos? I'm going to take it. recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
And in one of those photos, did you create a diagram of this scene?
Yes, I did.
Of how the cars were on the highway?
Yes, it was the cars and then the items of evidence that we collected.
Your Honor, at this time, State offered States Exhibits 57 through 258 for all purposes have previously been tendered to defense counsel.
Any objections by the defense?
No objection other than that there's obviously pictures that are far away and close up of the exact same thing.
The objections overruled. Cases of 57 through 258 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Lozano, you did we talked about you did a diagram of the scene?
Yes, I did.
And States Exhibits 57A, this is just a larger version of that diagram that you did, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, State offers States Exhibit 57A for demonstrative purposes.
All right, what's the smaller diagram? What exhibit is that?
57.
57? Oh, all right.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
States Exhibit 57A is admitted for demonstrative purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Lozano, you talked about how first make sure the scene is clear, and then you start looking for important things, and then start marking where those important things are. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And did you do that in this instance?
Yes, so analyst Justin O'Donnell was the one that actually photographed him, but we went through and marked all the items of evidence once he completed his overall photographs.
And again, y'all worked as a team to collect those evidence. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Looking at States Exhibit 46, and there's a screen to your left, if that's easier as well. This is just that overview of the scene that you responded to that day?
Yes, it is.
States Exhibit 58, what do we see here?
That is a photo identifier that analyst O'Donnell took, and that's just identifying that is his name and initials, the initial response location he responded to, and the date of his response.
And is this how crime scene analysts typically memorialize how they find or where they find certain pieces of evidence?
Yes, it's to identify the scene that they're responding to. Normal pretense is that they would be taking a new photograph for each time they go to a new location.
We see that this is case number 201916-2020. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And the case number, say if there's additional follow-up, everything for that follow-up would always go to that particular case number.
We usually try to keep everything under the same case number. Sometimes detectives will pull separate case numbers if there's new response locations, but we usually will try to cross-reference the original one if that is the one that we are identifying the work under.
In State's Exhibit 59, is this just a view of the scene that day?
Yes, this is the southernmost part of the scene, and this is looking northbound.
In State's Exhibit 60, just a closer view of that?
This is them walking northbound along the highway, the overalls.
State's Exhibit 61?
The overalls walking northbound.
State's Exhibit 62?
Still the overalls northbound.
63, same thing?
Yes,
64, same thing?
yes,
65, continuing walking northbound?
yes.
66?
Still northbound.
State's Exhibit 68?
This is now the furthest northbound, looking back southbound.
State's Exhibit 69?
And this is walking southbound,
State's Exhibit 70?
continuing southbound.
71, are you continuing southbound?
Yes,
72, continuing southbound?
yes.
State's Exhibit 73?
It's continuing southbound.
State's Exhibit 74?
It's still southbound.
And State's Exhibit 75?
That is looking northbound.
State's Exhibit 76?
This is going northbound.
And State's Exhibit 77, is that just a closer up?
This is now identifying the vehicles that remained on scene upon our arrival.
State's Exhibit 78?
These are the overalls of the truck that was still on scene.
State's Exhibit 79?
That is the front end of that pickup truck.
State's Exhibit 80?
And this is showing the overall location of the doors, so if they were open or closed.
And State's Exhibit 81?
And this is showing the passenger side of that truck.
State's Exhibit 82?
This is going to document the Nissan Pathfinder,
State's Exhibit 83?
and that's the front end of the Pathfinder.
And we can see that there are people that are still in that truck.
Yes, they were.
State's Exhibit 84?
And this is documenting the doors on the driver's side.
State's Exhibit 85?
And then this is the Allegiant Mobile Health vehicle,
86?
and that is the front end of that vehicle.
And 87?
And this is starting to document the evidence markers that were placed after the initial walkthrough.
Now, is there a particular order that you place markers?
We usually try to do them consecutively. Sometimes items of evidence are identified out of order if evidence markers are already laid down. In a scene such as this one, it's pretty hard to identify every fired cartridge case or item on the ground. So sometimes the items are found as you're placing evidence markers, and so the evidence markers might be a little out of order.
State's Exhibit 88?
That is the close-up of item number 1.
And what do we see there?
That is going to be a part of a fired bullet.
State's Exhibit 89?
This is an overall of the evidence markers, and this is after we removed some of the vehicles to be able to show the relationship without the vehicles in the obstructed view.
State's Exhibit 90?
This is just walking overalls.
91?
Continuing northbound of those overalls.
92?
The overalls are continuing.
State's Exhibit 93?
These are still overalls.
State's Exhibit 94?
These are overalls going northbound still.
On State's Exhibit 95, we also see some red or some orange markings. What is that?
That is the spray paint that identified where those vehicles were located when we got on scene. So you have 4 corners, so that's each of the tires, and then we spray painted the license plate behind so that we can continue to diagram those in without the vehicle being present.
State's Exhibit 96?
This is walking northbound.
97?
That's showing the evidence markers that they're along the edge of the guardian rail.
As far as conditions of a road, could that matter with fire cartridge casings?
They can. The surface in which any type of evidence encounters can kind of alter the evidence a little bit. So a harder surface can cause items to move a little bit. A softer surface might kind of absorb the item when it lands. So working on a roadway, we do have to account for items kind of bouncing or moving.
State's Exhibit 98?
That is going northbound with the overalls.
99,
And that's continuing northbound.
67, 100,
That's still going northbound.
101,
Northbound.
102,
Northbound.
103,
That is the farthest northbound, and now we're looking southbound back at the evidence markers we just marked.
67, 104,
And that's going southbound.
67, 105, 106, 107, is that continuing southbound?
Yes.
108,
That is just kind of a side view of the overall evidence markers from a different angle.
109,
Same thing, we're kind of looking, that's towards the west, looking at the items.
110,
And the same thing, looking at the west.
67, 111,
This is a mid-range of the evidence marker for 2.
and 67, 112. What do we see here?
That would be a close-up of the fired cartridge case identified at marker 2.
67, 113,
And these will continue the mid-range photos for each items of evidence.
67, 114, we see marker 3.
Yes, that's a close-up for marker 3.
67, 115,
And that's a close-up for marker 4.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Cartridge cases or the fired projectiles or fired bullets.
And Stacy Exhibits 852, do you recognize this?
Yes, this is a fragment that was recovered from one of the vehicles on scene.
And do you think this would help aid the jury?
Fragment of what?
It is a projectile fragment.
Okay, thank you.
Do you think this will help aid the jury to figure out which evidence was collected and exactly where you found that at the scene that day?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, State offers States Exhibit 259 through 308 and 852 for all purposes.
Any objections?
I'm so sorry. No objection.
All right. State Exhibits 259 through 308 and State Exhibit 852 are admitted for all purposes.
Commissioner Pettis, Your Honor?
You may.
Do you mind stepping down? What we're going to do is just going to walk through the pieces of evidence and collect it, and then where you collected it from.
Okay.
Now, usually when you collect evidence, what are you writing on these bags?
The bags have the case identifier, so usually the case number that we are working it under. And then they will sometimes list what is located inside. So if it is a fired cartridge case, it might list the head stamp. And then the initials of the individual who seals it, their initials and badge, is the one that will be over the blue evidence tape.
And then do you also do any other numbers on here?
There can be, so this one has like a numerical identifier that will match the evidence marker that was utilized on the scene.
So State's Exhibit 259 is marked as 1. Can you please show the jury where that is on the map?
One is going to be down here at the southernmost location of the scene.
And it's kind of hard to see this in the bag, but do you recall what that was?
This was a fired bullet fragment.
State's Exhibit 260, it has a number 2 on the bag. Can you please point where that was located?
2 is going to be over here. It's still in the roadway, but up against the guardrail.
And we see that it looks quite different than State's Exhibit 259.
Yes, it does.
And are you familiar with cartridge casings and fire cartridge casings or bullets?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you explain to the jury why this may look a little bit different than State's Exhibit 1?
So a fire cartridge case is what gets extracted or ejected out of a firearm through the side port or the ejection port, whereas a fired bullet is actually coming out the barrel or the end of a firearm. So they're separating from each other. The projectile is what's going to travel forward, whereas the fired cartridge case is going to either eject to the left or the right.
State's Exhibit 261, this came from marker number 3. Can you please show the jury where that was located?
It's going to be right next to marker 2.
State's Exhibit 262 came from marker number 4. Can you show where that's located?
And that is going to be right here next to 3.
State's Exhibit 263 came from marker number 5.
And it's going to be just north of the previous 3.
State's Exhibit 264 came from marker number 6.
And that is going to be right next to marker number 5.
State's Exhibit 265 came from marker number 7.
And it's going to be just a little east of the other evidence markers, but still in that general vicinity.
State's Exhibit 266 came from marker number 8.
And that's going to be just east of marker number 7.
State's Exhibit 267 came from marker number 9.
And that's going to be right in the vicinity of marker 8.
State's Exhibit 268 came from marker number 10.
And that's going to be right there in the same vicinity as 8 and 9.
State's Exhibit 269 came from marker number 11.
It's going to be a little bit west along the guard rail on the side.
And these are all fire cartridge casings, is that right?
Yes, so far, besides item number 1.
Besides item number 1. State's Exhibit 270 came from marker number 12.
And that's going to be right here, just north of marker 11.
State's Exhibit 271 came from marker 13.
And be right here, just to the east of marker 12.
State's Exhibit 272 came from marker number 14.
And then it's right there next to 13.
State's Exhibit 273 came from marker 15A.
And that's going to be here to the west, or to the east, a little bit closer to markers 9 and 10.
State's Exhibit 274 came from marker 17.
That's going to be right here next to marker 15.
State's Exhibit 275 came from marker 18.
And it's going to be northwest of marker 16, or 15, 17.
State's Exhibit 272 came from marker 19.
And that's going to be right here next to marker 18.
277 from marker 21.
That's going to be further north, still going northbound.
State's Exhibit 278 from marker 22.
It's going to be right next to marker 21.
State's Exhibit 279 from marker 23.
And that is also right there next to marker 21 and 22.
State's Exhibit 280 from marker 24.
This is going to be just a little east, northeast, located here in the center range.
State's Exhibit 281 from marker 25.
And then that is going to be right there next to marker 24.
Now this looks a little bit different than what we've been seeing. Can you describe what this is?
This is going to be a bullet fragment as well.
State's Exhibit 282 from marker 26.
Okay. 26 is going to be north of the previous markers.
State's Exhibit 283 from marker 27.
It's going to be going a little bit northwest of marker number 26.
State's Exhibit 284 from marker 28.
Okay, it's going to be right next to marker 27.
State's Exhibit 285 is from marker 29.
It's going to be further north.
And can you explain what is 282?
This is also a bullet fragment.
Stacy Exhibit 287 is from marker 30.
We're going to be going northwest, again, still in the roadway, but a little bit off to the side.
Stacy Exhibit 288 from marker 31.
That's going to be right next to marker 30.
Stacy Exhibit 289 from marker 32.
It's going to be just slightly north of 31.
Stacy Exhibit 29 is from marker 33.
We're going northbound still along that edge next to the guardrails.
Stacy Exhibit 291 is from marker 34.
34 is going to be just east of 33.
Stacy Exhibit 292 from marker 35.
And that's going to be just west of 34.
Stacy Exhibit 293 from marker 36.
We're going northeast, and it's going to be north of 34.
Stacy Exhibit 294 from marker 37.
37 is going to be the north of, right above, I guess, north of the last vehicle that we had in our scene.
Stacy Exhibit 295 from marker 38.
And 38 is going to be right there next to 37.
Stacy Exhibit 296 from marker 39.
39 is going to be northwest, and it's going to be up near the edge of the lanes.
Stacy Exhibit 297 from marker 40.
40 is going to also be north of 39 on the west side.
Stacy Exhibit 298 from marker 41.
Oh, here we go. 41 here. Thank you. We're going to be further south along the concrete barrier here.
Stacy Exhibit 299 from marker 42.
Okay, 42 is going to be back up north near marker 40.
Stacy Exhibit 300 from marker 43.
43 is going to be north right next to 42.
Stacy Exhibit 301 from marker 44.
That's going to be north next to the 42 and 43.
Stacy Exhibit 302 from marker 45.
45 will also be north near marker 44.
Stacy Exhibit 303 from marker 46.
46 will be just east of marker 45.
Stacy Exhibit 304 from marker 47.
That's going to be just north of marker 45.
Stacy Exhibit 305 from marker 48.
48 is going to be south, near the very first vehicle that we documented.
And can you tell us what that is?
48 is a bullet fragment.
Stacy Exhibit 306 from marker 49.
49 is going to be closer down here near 48.
And this one is a little bit different than what we've previously seen. This one is a bit deformed, a little bit different than what the other casings that we've seen.
Yes.
Stacy Exhibit 307 from marker 50.
50 is actually going to be over here in the construction area, so this was on the other side of the concrete barrier.
So some of the evidence ended up going on the opposite side of the freeway.
So this center area was construction, so it wasn't oncoming traffic. So two of the items ended up in the construction area.
Stacy Exhibit 308 from marker 51.
And 51 was north of 50, still in that construction zone area.
And lastly, we had Stacy Exhibit 852. Where did you find this?
852 was collected from the vehicle, the Audi, that was processed on scene that had sustained a possible bullet hole through the front windshield, and the projectile fragment was recovered from the rear driver floorboard.
Looking at Stacy Exhibit 174, what do we see here?
That is a side view, the driver's side of the Honda that was located on scene.
Do you know whose who the owner of this car was?
We were advised that the complainant was located in the vehicle, but I did not confirm the owner of the registered vehicle.
State's Exhibit 175,
That is the front view of the complainant's vehicle.
State's Exhibit 176,
That is the passenger side of the complainant's vehicle,
and 177.
and that is the rear of the complainant's vehicle.
State's Exhibit 178,
This is documenting the doors position, so open or closed,
179,
and then the same thing for the passenger side,
and 180.
and again for both sides.
182,
That is the license plate,
183,
and then the VIN.
184,
This is documenting that the front driver tire was flat.
that's from 185 and 186 as well,
Yes,
and 187.
yes.
And on 187, what do you see on the rim of that tire?
It looks like a possible bullet impact mark.
188,
That's documenting the front driver door with possible bullet impact marks or bullet holes.
189,
That is the inside of the front driver door.
190,
That's just showing the overall inside of the front driver compartment.
191,
That is showing the inside of the front passenger compartment.
and 192.
And then this is now documenting each of those impact marks or possible bullet holes.
Did we see that in 193 as well,
Yes, those are scales to identify the ones that were documented.
as well as 194?
Yes,
195, is this a closer view of one of those markers?
yes it is.
196,
That's a close-up of the marker B.
197,
That is a close-up of the impact mark at C,
198,
and that is a close-up of the impact mark at D,
199,
and that is a close-up, looks like, of the possible hole at F.
and E.
And E, yes.
State's Exhibit 200,
That is the impact mark of G, which is on that front driver tire.
and 201 is a closer view of that.
Yes, it is.
And 202, what do we see sticking out of those holes?
Those are dowel rods or trajectory rods.
And then we'll just look at those photos from State's Exhibit 203 to 205, just showing the same thing, just different angles.
Yes.
206 to 207 are just scenes, photos from the scenes, but 208, what do we see here?
That looks like, I believe that's one of the bullet fragments that were collected.
And then 213, is this on the other side of that construction that you were talking about earlier, where 50 and 51 were found?
Yes, it is.
So Exhibit 14 and 15 are just closer views of that.
Yes, they are.
And so Exhibit 218, that's marker 51.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 270, what do we see here?
That is the rear of the Kroger semi-truck that was located on scene.
State's Exhibit 221 and 222, which are just other views of that truck.
Yes, that is.
And 223 and 224 are just views of that truck. And 225.
Yes.
And so at this point, what are you doing?
During the Kroger truck, we knew it was leaking an unknown fluid from underneath, so we were trying to see if we could identify any type of damage to the vehicle, such as a bullet hole. We were unable to locate any type of hole through the grill or even a ricochet mark off the ground, so it was just documenting that there was no visible damage to it, but it was leaking the fluid.
State's Exhibit 230, is this that Audi that you also processed?
Yes, it is.
231, are you just doing that overall pictures that you talked about before?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 237, what do we see here?
That is a possible bullet hole that's located in the front windshield of the Audi.
238 is a closer view of that.
Yes.
And you were able to get a consent from Dr. Graham to search his car, is that correct?
Yes, it was provided from the detectives on scene prior to me entering his vehicle.
240 is just that driver's door open.
Yes.
241, a closer view of that.
Yes.
Stacy Exhibit 243, what do we see here?
That is a possible bullet hole through the visor on the driver's side.
And then Stacy Exhibits 245 through 247, is that just the inside of this car?
Yes.
And Stacy Exhibit 49 and 50, you ended up putting the marker there,
Yes.
and that's marker A?
Yes.
And 251 is just that side view from the inside of the car, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
252,
Those are just close-ups of those two scaled holes.
and Stacy Exhibit 255, what do we see here?
That is the rear driver floorboard. It's the mat area.
And a little bit closer, what do we see?
It is a piece of projectile fragment or bullet fragment.
And 257, that's just that in your hand?
Yes, it is.
And Stacy Exhibit 258, what do we see here?
That is a photo placard that I took prior to photographing each of those vehicles.
And again, we see that case number 201196-2020.
Yes.
What were the total amount of fire cartridge casings that you collected at the scene that day?
There were 44 total collected.
I'll pass the witness.
Defense?
Yes. And is it detected? No.
No, you can just, Ms. Lozano.
Mrs. Lozano, yes ma'am. And so you respond to scenes, that's part of what your responsibilities are.
Yes.
You are collecting evidence that you think could be important or could be relevant.
Yes.
In this particular situation, you were just told that there was a shooting, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And therefore, you're looking for fire cartridge casings and things like that, right?
Yes, that's correct.
You don't have information about the parties involved.
No, I do not.
You don't know how any of the information fits together,
No,
if it fits together, right?
that is correct.
Any of the, you don't know anything other than you're out there and you're collecting evidence that might be important.
That is correct.
Okay. You don't know if there was one gun or multiple guns. You don't know that.
No, I do not.
You don't know, was there anything out of the Gold Honda, was there anything collected or photographed while you were at the scene?
Not while I was at the scene. The vehicle was towed and processed at a later time.
And so you just documented the outside of it?
That is correct.
Okay. And then were you involved in documenting the vehicle at a later time?
No, I was not.
Okay. And so you arrived on scene at what time?
Approximately 13:44 or 1:44 p.m.
Okay. And then you said your partner was already there. What time did they get there?
They got there right before 1, approximately 12:57-ish, right around there.
Okay. And what was your understanding of the time that this allegation took place?
I was not made aware of the initial call itself. We only get a dispatch call from crime scene, which is going to be after the initial first responders.
Okay. What time was your dispatch call?
The initial call that crime scene analyst Justin O'Donnell was approximately around 12:30, 12:35 is when he was dispatched. So he made it there about 20 minutes or so after his dispatch.
Okay. And then do you know whether or not, I know that at the point that you got there, obviously everything had to be blocked off. The traffic couldn't go through the scene anymore. Is that right?
That is correct.
Prior to you or your partner arriving, were there still cars driving through the scene?
I would not be able to attest to that. I'm not sure what happened before I got there.
Okay. And then what, your partner arrived before you did, so do you know whether or not your partner made sure that the scene was no longer being walked through or driven through?
That is part of our process. Whether he did, I cannot attest to it, but that is part of our process to make sure that there's no more movement within inside the scene.
Okay, and is there a log that you are responsible for keeping, or your partner or other law enforcement, about who's coming in and out of the scene?
There was no log created. We just usually log badge numbers that identify who we made contact with and who we visually saw inside the scene, and that's usually the log that we keep.
Okay, so you didn't, it's really who you guys would have come into contact with or seen with your own eyes at the scene?
Yes, that is correct.
You don't know whether or not before you arrived anything was removed from the scene?
That is correct. We would not know that unless it was directly relayed to us or if we needed to process it and it was transferred back to us. But other than that, we usually are not told what type of manipulation occurs before we get there.
And so when, at some point you understood that cars were driving through the scene before it was secured?
I would assume so based on the traffic, but I cannot say for sure that I knew that that happened.
Okay, and if that happens, you can't control the way that things that are on the ground are moved or dragged or rolled over or anything like that?
That is correct.
So the only thing that you can do is when you get there that you'll document where things are at that time.
Yes, that is correct.
But that may not be exactly where things were, even an hour earlier or before you arrived.
That is possible.
And again, you're not given information about whatever law enforcement has identified as people potentially involved or cars potentially involved or anything like that. That's not part of your role.
Sometimes we receive the complainant's name if they are transported off the scene, but that would be the extent of the information received.
Okay. And there were, I think you took photographs of sort of fired cartridge casings that were on the other side of the freeway, is that right?
They were in the construction zone, which was just adjacent to the roadway that we were walking and driving.
Okay, so in the construction zone, which is where people were not driving?
That is correct.
It was blocked off?
Yes, it was.
And you don't know how those got there?
No, I do not.
Okay. And beyond taking pictures, that as it relates to any allegation about anything that occurred on November 11th, that's the extent of your involvement?
Yes, that is.
Okay, so you're not, again, no names were provided to you or theories or ideas, is that right?
That is correct.
I'll pass the witness at this time.
State.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
May this witness be released?
No objection from the state.
We can, she doesn't need to stay in the building, but we'll ask that she be subject to recall.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. You're free to step down now, but stay in touch with the state in case you need to move.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, would you all like to take that break now? Yes? Okay, let's do that. Let's come back at, I'm sorry, 2:30. Yes. Okay.
Please introduce yourself to this jury.
The record will reflect that the defendant is present, the state is present, the jurors are present and seated. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much again for your patience. Sometimes we run into these delays. It's all part of the process, okay? Thank you. All right, state, call your next witness.
State calls Kylan Forbay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Raise your right hand. You swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I proceed?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to this jury and spell your name first and last for the court reporter?
Yes. My name is Colleen Forbing, K-Y-L-E-N-E. Forbing is F-O-R-B-I-N-G.
And Ms. Forbing, excuse me, how are you currently employed?
I'm a stay-at-home mom.
All right. Probably one of the toughest jobs there is.
It is so much harder.
Back in 2020, how were you employed?
I was a crime scene analyst for the city of Dallas.
And back in 2020, or when did you begin your career as a crime scene analyst with the Dallas Police Department?
I can't remember exactly when I began as an analyst because I started as a crime scene technician.
Okay.
And I believe that was in 2016.
Okay. And this jury just heard from Ms. Lozano, crime scene manager Lozano, who kind of talks about the differences in crime scene analysts and crime scene technicians. And I know it's getting late in the day, so I'm not going to go over all of that. But in 2020, you were a crime scene analyst.
Yes.
And they've heard about the training and that goes into becoming an analyst. Did you have all of that training at the time in 2020 and credentialed at that time to be an analyst with the Dallas Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And if you know, how many scenes have you processed by 2020?
Yeah,
If you know.
I have no idea.
A lot?
A lot,
Okay.
yes.
And have you testified in court before?
Yes,
Last time was probably with me also, right?
probably. I believe it was, yes.
Yeah. Well, thank you for being back. As far as November 11th of 2020, did you process anything regarding a murder that took place on I-35?
I did. I photographed a vehicle that had defects in it.
Okay. Your Honor, Maverick.
You may.
And Ms. Forbing, I'm going to show this mark as 309 through 314. So 309 through 314. You and I met maybe last year. Does that sound right?
I think it was last year, yeah.
And went through a bunch of photos, but narrowed it down to this.
Yeah.
And I know this is a small representative photo of what you did. But are these a fair and accurate depiction of the photos of that truck that day?
Yes.
And do you think it would aid this jury in understanding your testimony in seeing these exhibits?
Yes.
State Office States Exhibits 309 through 314.
There's no objection. There's no objection from the defense.
State Exhibits 309 through 314 and minutes for all.
Now, Ms. Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Forbing, there were a number of people from the physical evidence section that came out that day. Is that fair?
Yes.
And the jury just went through about 300 exhibits with Ms. Lozano, so kind of want to hop into these. Did you talk to any witnesses or speak to any witnesses at the scene that day?
I believe I spoke to the complainant of this truck.
Okay. But as far as taking witness statements or anything like that?
No.
Witness statements?
No.
Okay. States Exhibit 309, what do we have here?
That is a placard that we photograph, and I mean crime scene, photograph before we take pictures of any crime scene, so we know what case that those photos are attached to.
And it contains the date and time, the case number.
And me.
Okay.
Yes.
States Exhibit 310, what do we have here?
The front of the vehicle. That would
311?
That would be a defect with a scale.
And that scale is, I believe it's A, is that correct?
Yes.
How do you decide how to number each scale that you use to show defects?
So for defects, I personally used letters, and I would just kind of start at the front as like this one, the front of the vehicle, and move my way back.
Okay. States Exhibit 312, what are we looking at here?
That would be the driver's side front tire, basically, is what.
Okay, and 313, is that just a close-up view of it?
Yes.
Did you collect any projectiles or fragments or FCCs associated with this wheel?
No.
And then State's Exhibit 314, what are we looking at here?
That is the rear driver's side tire,
Now,
or the side of the truck, sorry.
okay. And again, was this just to document and show the, your Honor, permission to move about further?
Yes.
Thank you. Was this just to show or document the defects that you observed in this vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this jury has just heard about this scene that is depicted in State's Exhibit 57A, which was the diagram that Ms. Lozano did. Where was this Dodge Ram truck in relation to all of this?
North.
So outside of the diagram?
Yes.
And was it on an exit ramp, or where was it at, if you remember?
I believe it was on the right shoulder, like this side.
On the right-hand side of the northbound
Of the
lanes?
freeway, I believe that's where it was, yes.
Okay. Was that the only area?
Excuse me, Mr. Adams, I apologize. I do believe that the witness is reviewing some document, and I just want to make sure that we're aware of what that is.
It's my report.
Can we take a look at it? Thank you.
Are you just using this to refresh your recollection?
Yes, because it's been 6 years.
Don't read from it, but if you need to refresh your recollection,
Yes.
by all means. But as far as this Dodge Ram truck, was that the only thing that you processed in relation to this scene?
Yes.
And did not collect any evidence?
No, I did not.
Did you have any other involvement in this investigation?
I believe I helped locate evidence at the main scene, which was that.
Okay.
But we all kind of looked around to make sure everything was collected, so.
Meaning the main scene that's in diagram
Yeah.
in 7A, I mean, the entire span of the highway that's documented there?
Yes.
I'll pass it with the show.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be released?
No objection from the state.
Thank you. You're free to leave. State, call your next witness.
State would call Justin O'Donnell.
Capital O apostrophe capital D O N N E L L.
And Mr. O'Donnell, how are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed as a supervisor with the crime scene unit for the Dallas Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with the Dallas Police Department?
I've been employed with the Dallas Police Department 14 years.
And what positions have you held with the Dallas Police Department?
From the end of August of 2012 up until January 2021, I was a crime scene analyst. In January 2021, I got promoted to be a crime scene supervisor, and I've held that position since then.
Okay. And this jury has now heard from Ms. Lozano and Ms. Forbing. So I won't spend too much time on the differences in analysts and managers and technicians. But have you worked crime scenes throughout that entire period that you've been employed with the Dallas Police Department?
Yes, I have.
And as a supervisor, what are kind of your duties and responsibilities as it relates directly to being a crime scene supervisor?
As a supervisor, we're there for support for the people that work under us. I have people that respond to property crimes and people that respond to persons crimes. We're there to support them. A lot of my duties are reviewing reports, making sure that we're in compliance, making sure that our staff is in compliance with our accreditation, in compliance with department rules and section policies. I'm also able to respond to process scenes when needed. I respond again to process scenes when needed. I can be the full primary and have control over the whole scene, which means I'm doing all the photo documentation, the evidence collection. Other times, I respond and I may be helping do diagrams or taking measurements or just collecting it or helping collect evidence in general.
And back in November 11th of 2020, were you on call that day?
I actually was called early. There was a need for somebody to come in and kind of help Dave's shift to help answer some calls.
And so typically you work night shifts?
At that time I was working evenings, so I was working 2:30 p.m. to 10:30 p.m.
And again, this jury has already heard from Ms. Lozano and Ms. Forbing, but you were also out there on I-35.
That is correct.
And I believe maybe a tech or somebody who was in training, is that fair?
Yes.
I want to move forward to other things that you were involved in, specifically that you were doing outside of that, since we've covered that. What else did you have as it related to this investigation? Or let me direct your attention first to the vehicle on the freeway, the gold Honda. Were you asked to process that separately from the scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
No. Supervisor, I'm showing that it's been marked as State's Exhibit 315. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 315?
Yes, this appears to be the search warrant that was obtained for that vehicle.
And then State's Exhibit 316 through 356. Will you please take a look at those? You recognize all those?
Yes.
And are those just a smaller portion of all of the photos that you took of processing that car?
Yes.
Do you think it would help aid this jury in understanding your testimony by reviewing these photos?
Yes.
State Order 315 for record purposes only, and 316 through 356 for all purposes, which are the photos of the gold Honda that was processed.
315 is admitted for record purposes. State Exhibit 316 is admitted for 316 through 356 are admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Now, Supervisor O'Donnell, what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 316?
This is just an overall photo of the front of the car.
And I think from these photos we can tell that it's no longer on the freeway. Where are these photos taken at?
These photos were taken at the City of Dallas Auto Pound, which is at 1955 Bill Big Road.
What is the purpose of processing a vehicle further at this location?
Again, this vehicle was on the highway. It was towed off the highway there. When it goes to the auto pound, it gives us a little bit more control. Again, when it's on the highway, there's just certain risks that are there. Once it gets there, the auto pound is a secure location and gives us the ability to kind of fully process everything after we've processed it at the scene for what we need to.
Now, when you arrived at the scene, was the scene already secured as far as the traffic? I mean, there was extensive traffic on the highway. Was the scene secure, meaning the whole highway? Was it completely shut down once you arrived?
To the best of my recollection, yes. I remember that everything was, the northbound lanes were closed off. I don't remember traffic flowing.
Now, even if it is closed off, is it still a better practice to inventory and search a vehicle or something here at the auto pound?
Yes, again, it gives just us a more controlled environment.
State's Exhibit 317, what do we see here?
So this is the left side of the car, or the driver's side. Again, it's just an overall photograph, just depicting that the front left tire is flat, and then the stickers that were marking what were believed to be bullet holes in the door.
And I believe the jury, I don't believe, I know the jury's already heard photos as far as the exterior of the car. So I'm going to kind of move forward till we get to the interior of the car of your actual search here at Bilbig.
Okay.
And Bilbig is B-I-L-B-I-G. All right, moving forward to the State's Exhibit 321. What do we have here?
Again, when we're photographing cars, we kind of are, again, we're just documenting what we see. Typically what I do, I like to open the door, take a photograph of the doors, showing what's on the interior side of the door. This is the driver's area, so you see the steering wheel, you see the driver's seat, as well as the door being open.
322.
And this is just a general or an overall photograph standing at the driver's side, just looking in.
323.
This is the left rear door. Again, I'm just showing what the interior side of the door panel looks like, and then you start to see what's in the back seat.
324.
Again, this is just an overall photograph depicting the items that are in the back seat.
325.
This is on the right side of the car, again showing the interior side of the door, of the right rear door.
326.
Again, it's a view from the other side. We take pictures from all different angles to show, because sometimes what you can see on one side of the vehicle you can't see on the other. So when we're going around, it's just to give a better perspective and from both sides of the car.
327.
This is the right front door. Same thing, just an interior photograph of the interior door panel, and then you see some of the stuff in the right front seat and the right front floorboard.
328.
It's just an overall picture depicting the things or items that are on the seat, on the right front seat and the floorboard. You also see the center console, and then you can see the driver's side.
329.
It's like more of a mid-range photograph depicting what's on the floorboard.
330.
One of the things we always do, we usually open glove boxes and center consoles. This is the glove box. This is just to show what's in the glove box.
No weapons were found when you processed this.
There were no weapons that I found, correct.
331. What do we have here?
So this is the backpack that was in the previous photograph. This is just, we took it out of the car to open it. That's just an overall picture showing that it's the backpack.
332,
I believe that's a jewelry box that was inside the backpack.
333,
We opened the jewelry box. When we're opening containers, we take photographs to show what's in there. When we opened the jewelry box, this amount of jewelry was in there.
334,
We just kind of laid everything out to get a better picture. As you could see in the previous photo, everything was kind of on top of each other, so we kind of laid everything out just to give a representation of what was found.
335,
Again, this was money that was found, just getting an overall picture to show the amount of money.
and this was all from inside that
I
backpack.
believe so.
336,
And that was a Texas identification card with the name Melvin Noble on it.
337,
These were pants that were found, and so there was money in the pants. So in one of the pockets, kind of pulled the money out a little bit to show which pocket it was, and then kind of snap an overall photograph kind of to document, helps us remember where the stuff was.
338,
It's just an up-close photograph depicting that there's a large sum of paper currency.
339,
This is more or less depicting the left rear floorboard. You can see there's some paper currency that's on the floorboard, along with some other things, plastic bags, papers.
340,
That's just an up-close photograph. We're going after, documenting the money is the focus.
341,
This was more money that was found, that was laid out just to show how much money was found.
342,
Again, the interior side of the driver door.
343,
There was actually a dollar bill that appeared to have sustained some kind of damage to it, possibly by the gunfire. And this was just a close-up of what it looked like when we took it out of the compartment.
okay, 345,
There was also this Kidzania passport thing that, again, appeared to be damaged by gunfire. It's just documenting the damage to it.
and 346 is
This-
just a close-up.
Yes.
347,
There was some $10 again in a pair of pants. This is the pocket that they were in.
348,
Just a general photograph, overall photograph of what was inside the trunk.
349,
So we had such a large sum of money. We went directly to the property room. When we got to the property room, what we have to do is it has to be counted. And one of the things that we'll lay it all out and then snap just a general overall photograph to show how much money there actually is.
350 is just another set of money, or set of bills.
Yes,
351,
just another complete set of money.
352,
Just more of the same,
353,
more, again, just laying money out and taking photographs to show what's there.
354,
It's the same thing. We lay it all out, so we accounted for all of it.
and just so we're on the same page, this isn't the same set of bills in every photo, this is different sets of bills.
Correct.
355,
Same thing. Just laying it out, depicting how much money there is.
okay. 356,
So typically what we do is we take a board shot. This is kind of, at the time, this is the board shot that I took. It has the date that we responded, the case number, the beat in the city, which is broken down into patrol beats of where the location is on there, the address, what kind of call we're working, and then it's got the complainant's name and then some other notes that I wrote.
now this is actually on November 11th, but under offense, what did you put?
It's marked as follow-up to a murder.
Now, in December 9th of 2020, were you asked by homicide Detective Barnes to assist in taking some photographs of an individual by the name of Kewon White.
Yes.
May I approach your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show the mark now as State's Exhibit 357 through 377. Do you recognize those photos? And also, are those just a smaller portion of all of the photos that you took that day?
Yes, these are all photos I took.
And that was December 9th of 2020?
Correct.
And that was of Kewon White?
Yes.
State would offer State's Exhibits 357 through 377 for all purposes.
Our only objection to these are the relevance through this witness.
Thank you. What's the relevance?
We have to prove the identity of the individual who committed this murder.
I'm going to object to that characterization. As Mr. White sits here, he is not guilty and presumed innocent.
They have to prove it. And
Thank
so,
you. All right, defendant's objection is overruled. State's Exhibits 357 to 377. Is that
yes, Your Honor.
all right, minute for all purposes.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Thank you. Now, where were these photos taken at?
Those were taken in the homicide unit at DPD headquarters, and they're located on the 5th floor at 1400 Botham Jean Boulevard.
When, just to go back a second, when you're asked to photograph anything, whether it be a car or an individual, are there certain procedures that you like to follow when you're photographing something?
Can you kind of clarify?
So like when you process a car, you photograph around the car and then to the interior, correct?
Correct.
Now, how does that apply when photographing an individual?
It's kind of the same principle. We do overalls and mid-range close-ups when needed. Typically when we're photographing individuals, we take the first photo is usually head to toe, then an up-close shot, photograph of the face, and then a lot of the times, we have them do quarter turns just to document everything, and it's just documentation. It's to document what they're wearing at the time. Other times, then sometimes depending on what we're dealing with and what a homicide detective may want, sometimes they ask us to take specific pictures of specific things. Sometimes they ask us to take specific pictures of jewelry that they may be wearing or tattoos, and that's kind of it. That's upon their request. Other times, if we're photographing people, we're there to document injuries if they have them as well.
Okay. So State's Exhibit 357, what do we have here?
So again, that's the board shot photograph. Again, it's where we are, what day, 12/9 of 2020. 1400 South Lamar is still police headquarters. It's now 1400 Botham Jean Boulevard, though. The case number that's on there, and then the officer ID, those are my initials and my badge number.
State's Exhibit number 358. What do we have here?
So this is just an overall photograph. Again, showing, just depicting the individual and what they're wearing. Again, we have them turn around. Again, another overall photograph to depict what they're wearing.
And on the back it says IG at FGC_Banzo blank. You see that?
Yeah, that's what it appears to say.
State's Exhibit 360.
So this is, again, we do, anytime we're photographing people, we do an up-close shot of their face, and that's just for identification purposes.
Do you recognize this individual in the courtroom today?
I believe so.
If you could, if Ms. Hatch is in seat 1, I'm in seat 2, and so on, can you identify them by what seat and what he's wearing?
5, wearing a tan-colored turtleneck.
And does the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant in open court?
The record will reflect this fact.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, this photo, again, was almost 6 years ago, correct?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 361.
If I remember, the best that I can recall, Detective Barnes was asking for pictures of or photographs of tattoos. Well, again, I'm just documenting the tattoos.
362.
The same thing, I'm just documenting tattoos because that's what was requested of me.
363.
Again, documenting tattoos on the arms as requested.
364.
The same thing, just documenting the tattoos.
Now, you said at the request of Detective Barnes, when crime scene goes out, and as a crime scene supervisor, do you process only things that you think are relevant, or do you also photograph and process things that are told you might be relevant?
Yes, it's things that we see, and then again, we're working with detectives. Detectives often get information, and they have specific things that they have found out through their point in the investigation, and then that's when they ask us to document different things, such as, like I said, such as jewelry, tattoos, etc.
365.
Just a close up, again, documenting tattoos on the top of the right hand.
366.
Again, just an overall documenting tattoos on the left arm.
367.
A close-up of the tattoos on the left arm.
368.
Again, close-up tattoos on the left arm and the left wrist.
369.
This was, again, just a tattoo that was on the right arm.
370.
Tattoos that are on the left forearm.
371.
Tattoos that were on the upper body.
372.
Just a close-up tattoo. Pictures of the tattoos on the upper chest, body, or upper body, and then you also see the piece of jewelry.
373.
Just an up-close photograph of the piece of jewelry.
373.
Again, up-close photographs of tattoos.
375.
This was a photograph of a tattoo on the left leg.
374.
An overall photograph kind of depicting the tattoo, or an overall photograph depicting a tattoo on the left leg.
375.
And then that's a close-up of the tattoo on the left leg.
And then 377.
And that's a close-up of a tattoo, I believe, that's on the right leg.
Okay. I'll pass it to Sharon.
Yes. Sir, you said that when you were taking pictures of the vehicle, that was at Bill Big, which is the Dallas Auto Pound, is that right?
Correct.
And the Dallas Auto Pound, is that like an open facility or is it a locked facility?
That is a secure locked facility.
Okay, meaning you have to have some kind of special authorization to get in?
That is correct.
And so when you're taking pictures, are you simultaneously looking for items?
Yes and no. What we are doing first, again, when we do photo documentation, after we take photos, then we do start searching as we find things. Then we're trying to document things as we go.
Okay, and you said that you look into the glove compartment, right? Is that right?
Yes.
You'll always open the glove compartment, is what you said?
Yes, that's the intent.
And then you always open the center console, is that right?
Correct.
And you're taking photographs of what's inside.
Right.
And then you're also like looking maybe on floorboards, is that right?
Yes,
You're looking underneath mats, maybe, is that correct?
correct.
In this case, did you do any of that?
We searched the car.
And I'm going to pause you just for a moment and say, what I heard you say is we searched the car. Who are the people that searched the car?
So when I went out there, I had a trainee with me, which was Ashley Williams. So I was training her at the time. We met 2 homicide detectives out there.
And who were the 2 homicide detectives that you met out there?
I believe it was Chris Anderson and Detective Anderson and Detective Valdez were there. And when we get there, they notify us of what they're looking for, and we are searching, looking for things that they have interest in or that they've gotten information on.
Okay, and so the 4 of you searched that vehicle, is that what you're testifying to?
I believe so, to the best of my recollection, yes.
Okay, and during the course of that search with the 4 people, the 2 homicide people and the 2 physical evidence section people, you did not locate a firearm.
That is correct.
Okay. And then you also found a lot of clothing, is that right?
Yes,
And it was kind of strewed all about the car and into the trunk, is that right?
I believe so, yes, that's
Did it
fair.
appear to you that that was the first time that whoever stuff that was that, did it look like they had just placed it in the car like that day?
I can't tell you if that's how it was that day. I can only tell you that's how it was when I observed it.
Did it appear to be male items?
I believe there was mail in there.
I'm sorry. Male, like a man's
Oh.
items.
Yes, I believe the clothing was, I mean, I don't have it in front of me, but I remember seeing male clothing in there.
Okay, I mean, you took pictures of male clothing. I mean, it's not a trick question.
Okay.
Right. Okay, so you also collected a large sum of money, is that right?
Yes,
Okay, and you have to take it, because it's money, you have to take it immediately to your property room, is that correct?
yes,
You also appear to have collected a jewelry box of jewelry, is that right?
yes,
Would that be characterized as like something of value that would need to go to the property room right away to be photographed?
yes, that went to the property room that night too.
Okay, and did you laid out all of the money to take pictures of it? And you laid out all of the jewelry to take pictures, correct?
Yes,
Approximately, what was the value? Because I know you have to, just in case, right, for everybody's protection.
right.
You do your best to kind of value the items that come to the property room. Is that right?
We don't put values on them. The only thing that would have value is the amount of money that's counted. I can't put a value on what the jewelry is worth.
Do you know what kind or brands the jewelry was?
No, I don't, because I'm not an expert in jewelry.
Did you take pictures of it that would have shown if there was a brand written on there?
I don't remember taking pictures of specific brands, no.
Okay, so you don't remember whether or not the watch was a Cartier watch or anything like that?
No, I don't.
Okay. And so then you took photographs of all of the money.
Right.
And how much money ultimately were you able to determine was there?
So we counted a total of $17,960.
Okay. And so that was in cash.
Correct.
And that cash was from the pockets of the pants, is that correct?
Yes.
That was from the inside of the backpack, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was, I guess, some of the loose money that's kind of just strewn about the car.
Yes.
Okay. And so is that a large amount of cash, a small amount of cash?
Relatively speaking, that's a large amount of cash, yes.
Okay. Do you know, and so you just, I guess, collected and put it away?
It's collected and then it was taken to the property room. Again, when we get to the property room, it's counted. And then it's inventoried, we fill out the property tag, and then it's deposited there.
Okay, I mean, I'm sorry, I was ahead in my mind. I was talking about once you got to the property room where you were photographing it. Okay, and so ultimately, once you have completed all of your photographs, you searched the car, you haven't found anything, you take pictures of everything, your role as it related to this vehicle was over?
Yes.
Did you have an occasion to ever come back into contact with this vehicle?
After processing it, I do not believe I had any contact with that vehicle or responded back out there to process that vehicle.
Do you have any information about who owned the vehicle?
I know that when we got there, a search warrant was obtained, so I can't tell you who the car was registered to, no.
Did you review the search warrant?
Yes, I did.
Okay, but you just don't remember off the top of your head is what you're saying?
Well, I don't know who the car was registered to. They wrote a search warrant to search the car,
Okay.
but I don't know who the car is actually registered to.
Is there a responsibility within the police department to identify who a car belongs to so that you can then either get consent to search or present to a judge, this is the person that owns this car, we want to search it?
Crime scene unit does not do that. That is a function of the detectives.
Okay, so that would be the responsibility of the detective to make a determination on who the owner of the car is, right?
Yes.
And you just go and take pictures?
Yes, we're there to assist them. We're there to document and potentially collect evidence.
Okay. And then ultimately, sometime after you take pictures of this car, you then respond to police headquarters, is that right?
Yes.
You take additional pictures, is that right?
Yes.
At this point, your role is just to respond and document, is that correct?
Correct.
It is not your job to have an opinion about what is happening, is that correct?
That is correct.
In fact, you're dictated to in terms of these are the pictures we want, this is what we're looking for, and then you follow those orders.
Fair enough.
Is that right?
Fair enough, yes.
And so as it relates to taking pictures of the car and taking pictures of police headquarters, you just responded, as is your job, and took pictures.
Yes.
That's right. I forgot to ask. I don't, on the placard that was a part of your photographs at Bill Big, I didn't see a time stamp on there. What time did you go to Bill Big?
So I got the call to go to Vilbig at about 9:30 on.
I'm so sorry, 9:30 a.m. or p.m.?
It was about 9:39 p.m.
p.m.
That's when I got the notification, and then that's when I arrived there. So I actually got there at 9:39 p.m. On November 11th. I got the call at around 9:23 on November 11th.
Okay, so is Bill Big inside or outside?
The majority of it is outside. There's a big open outside parking lot. There's also a awning, and then there's also a secured building.
Was your search inside or outside?
It was outside.
So you were taking photographs and searching this car at nighttime?
Yes.
Is it well lit?
For the most part, yes.
Okay, you can see clearly.
You can see clearly.
Pictures look very illuminated.
Correct.
Are you using like a flash or something?
To take photographs at night, yes, we do use flashes.
Okay, and are you using flashlights as you're searching for stuff?
Yes.
And so on this day, you were using flashes to take pictures and flashlights to search. Is that right?
Yes.
And you would say that you did a thorough search. Is that correct?
It is best I can remember when I was out there, the detectives had information that there was money that was in the car and jewelry. That was their main concern that night. We also searched through the entire car looking for various pieces of like fired bullets and gun-related evidence, etc.
Okay, so you did a thorough search of the car.
I would say for the most part, yes.
Okay, and so even though you're aware that a gun was found in that car later, you didn't find it.
I did not find it, no.
Okay. Okay, just to make sure that your testimony is clear, you're saying that you found $17,500. And that's it?
It was $17,960 in cash that was found.
And that's it?
The other things that were collected were
No, I'm so sorry, sir. I'm talking about the cash only right now.
just the cash.
Yeah.
That is the total number of cash that was, amount of cash that was found.
Okay, that's your testimony.
Yes, because that's what we had found.
I'll pass the witness at this time.
All right, state.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
May this witness be released?
No objection from the state.
Defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please release. State, call your next witness.
State calls Seth Rosenberg.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Seth Rosenberg, Sethrosenberg.
I see you're wearing a Dallas Police uniform. You work for Dallas Police?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you worked with them?
25 years now.
And what is your current title?
Right now, I'm a crime scene detective.
Now, we've heard that there can also be civilian people that work in crime scenes. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You are a certified police officer with the Dallas Police Department.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell the jury about your certifications to be a police officer?
I was in the police academy for 9 months. Then you are in training for 24 weeks. Then you're on Little T for 2 months, which means you're riding with a senior officer after your training. And then you're in 4 months after that, you're off probation to where you're on your own. I was working patrol. I was a trainer myself for 4 years. I got into crime scene 15 years ago. And with crime scene, had training for a month, had additional training for 10 weeks with an FTO myself, and then you start answering calls after that when you're on your own.
You said you've been with crime scene for 15 years?
Yes, ma'am.
And the jury's already heard about what you do when you go to a crime scene. So I will ask, were you working on November 16th of 2020?
Yes.
And were you asked to go to 1955 Belgate Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and can you tell the jury what that location is?
That is the Dallas City Pound where all the vehicles get towed to.
And were you asked to take photos that day?
Yes, ma'am.
You want to approach?
Thank you, lady.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 502. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
That's a search warrant.
Okay. And you were asked to take photos of a gold Honda. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 378 through 388. And these are photographs that you took. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
And do you think this will help the jury in seeing the photos that you took that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time State offers State's Exhibit 502 for record purposes only and 378 through 388 for all purposes.
objection to the photographs, and then at this time, no objection.
While you were addressing.
Oh, I apologize, Your Honor. No objection to the photographs at this time, and no objection to the 502 for record purposes at this time.
Thank you. Case Exhibit 502 is admitted for record purposes. Case Exhibits 378 through 388 are admitted for all purposes.
Detective Rosenberg, what was the point of you taking photos of the car that day?
The detectives wanted me to try to find some fired bullets or fired bullet fragments in the car door.
Were you able to find any that day?
No, ma'am.
On the screen, this is Exhibit 378, and this is the placard that you took before you started taking photos.
Yes, ma'am.
And we see that this is for case number 201-916-2020. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the date was 11/16 of 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
Looking at State's Exhibit 379, what do we see?
I'm getting the overall of the vehicle where we get the license plates so it will match up with the search warrant.
And they've heard from crime scene. Is this the overall photos that you take first?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, 380 is just another view of the gold Honda.
Yes, ma'am.
381,
Continuing around.
382,
And finished.
383. What do we see here?
These are the fired bullets that entered the vehicle's door at this time.
384, what do we see?
That is the inside of that door that had the fired bullets in it.
385,
I took photos of just the driver's seat and the center console.
and that's how it was when you opened the car door that day. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
386,
I took the door panel off the door of the driver's door,
what was the purpose for that?
trying to get inside the door to find fired bullets that may have still been left inside.
387, what do we see?
That is the panel to the driver door that I took off.
388,
That is me taking the lining on the inside of that door, moved it to look inside that door to try to find so fired bullet or fired bullet fragments.
and was that the only purpose that you were out there that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you search any part of the vehicle at that point?
No, ma'am.
Pass witness.
Yes, ma'am. So there were no bullet fragments or fired bullets inside of the door frame, is that correct?
Correct.
There were none inside of the vehicle, like seat.
Correct.
There were no defects on the side of the seat.
Correct.
There were no defects on like the floorboard.
Not that I saw.
Okay. I mean, so much so that you like took the door off and looked inside. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you therefore know those holes that were photographed on the outside of that car by somebody other than you, correct?
Correct.
Do you know when those holes got there? Had you seen that car before the day you took pictures of it?
No, ma'am.
Had you seen it before November 11th?
No, ma'am.
But what you have are holes on the outside of the car, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Which, based on your training and experience, means that they either went all the way through, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Or they stopped once they went through the first part of the door and then maybe fell into the inside of the door.
Yes, ma'am.
But when you went there on November, was it 19th? 16th?
16th.
There was none of that.
Correct.
Okay. And you also, did you go back and research this car at any time after 11/16?
No, ma'am.
Are you aware that there was a third search of this car? Are you aware of that?
No, ma'am.
And are you aware of any of the items that were found on the third search?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And then you just document this and then you're done?
Yes, ma'am.
The items and stuff that were on the driver's side seat, how did those get there?
I do not know.
Okay. Are you aware that they weren't there during the first photographs?
I have no clue.
Does somebody utilize or go inside of the vehicle when it's at Bilbig?
Usually an officer will do an inventory search of a vehicle before it goes to the pound. Sometimes we tell them not to. I do not know what happened from the scene to here.
Okay. Are you aware that there were pictures taken at Bilbig when the car first arrived there on November 11th?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And so you don't, all the debris and stuff that's on the seat, on the driver's side, you don't know how that got there?
No, ma'am.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you know who assigned you to go do the second search? Which detective?
I'm not positive.
You're not sure which detective?
No, ma'am.
Did you take the warrant with you?
No, ma'am.
Was there a second warrant that was obtained?
I have no idea.
Who did you meet out there when you went?
Nobody.
Okay. So you just, did somebody call you, send you an email?
What happens is we have vehicle request forms where a detective fills out a form and sends a copy of a warrant with the form, and they send it to our office. So who's ever assigned that day for the pound, we take all the vehicles that we process and go to the pound and process the vehicles that day.
Okay, so you take the warrant and you take the request form.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, on this day, you took the warrant and the request form?
Yes, ma'am.
You just don't know if it was a new warrant, is what you're saying?
That's the only time I've seen a warrant, ma'am.
Okay. And then you don't remember who had filled out the request form?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And so you're the second searcher. Were you aware that it was searched a third time?
No, ma'am.
And you don't know what was recovered on the third search?
No, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness.
State.
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Rosenberg, this wasn't the only involvement for this case, is that correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you were asked to go to 3915 Ramona Avenue,
Yes, ma'am.
and this was done on December 8th of 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 501. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
Search warrant.
Okay, and do you know what meaning this house has in this investigation?
No, ma'am.
Do you need to know in order to photograph potential evidence?
No, ma'am.
You just need to make sure that there's a search warrant, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 389 through 500. Do you recognize these photographs?
Not that one.
And State's Exhibit 389, is this an aerial photograph of 3915 Ramona?
I do not know.
Okay.
See how we put on August 9th.
Do you
Yes.
recognize?
Yes, I recognize these photos.
And looking at Stakes Exhibit 390, this is that same placard that we are same type of placard that we typically see when crime scene starts their photos. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it says for case number 201916-2020. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think these photos will help aid the jury in seeing what you collected that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Photographed. Your Honor, at this time, State Officer Stakes Exhibit 501 for record purposes and 390 through 500 for all purposes.
Hold on, say that again. Stakes Exhibit, what the record purposes?
501.
Okay.
Can we approach?
Yes.
In its entirety as it relates to the digital evidence of anything that was
Well, I'm not sure quite what the cameraman did at this point in time because it doesn't appear like court was like officially over. But that's almost the end of. I don't know what he did or what he decided not to do. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. So, oh no, I didn't mean to do this. So I'm gonna go ahead and get up our next feed for today's testimony because I don't know how to end it, but we'll just move on to the next thing because that's as much as I have in the feed. So here we go with today's current coverage, guys.
and they don't have a connection to the ultimate issue of guilt or not guilt that's in front of the jury, then they are squarely extraneous offenses. The defense's concern is that the jury has heard a series of events that seem to show or seem to demonstrate that there were drugs found at what appears to be the house, and then in that same sequence were introduced photos of Mr. White at police headquarters where he was being photographed. I think it's a reasonable inference that the jurors could say, if you're at police headquarters being photographed, you're either being placed under arrest or being investigated for an arrest. And the connection that they could reasonably make is that the guns and the drugs are what caused him to be at police headquarters to be photographed. And therefore, I think that logically lays the chain of, we heard evidence of drugs, of a drug house, of weapons, and then what appears to be an arrest or a potential arrest. So this is a criminal, and let's convict him on this other issue of murder or capital murder because he's a criminal. And we saw evidence of all these other criminal activities. And so we believe that is an impression that's left with the jury right now, which puts us in a very difficult position because we either have to rebut that and open the door to it, to explain that doesn't have anything to do with this, that none of the guns found at that house are connected to this murder, that and continue to go down this line of, issues related to extraneous offenses and character and conformity and 404B.
I want you to plan it and tell me what it is that you're asking the court to do.
Okay.
I understand what your reasoning is. Now I want you to tell me what you want the court to do with that.
Okay. So what we're asking the court to do is to declare a mistrial in this case. to ensure that Mr. White has the opportunity to have a fair trial, where he is, if found guilty or not guilty, that is on the basis of the charges that are pending before this jury. If there are extraneous offenses, then perhaps there's a punishment case that the state could put on. That would be our first request at this time. We have alternative requests that I can make in a moment.
Thank you. All right. I think my recollection of the conversation yesterday in chambers regarding the state's reasoning for showing other items aside from firearms and cell phones that were found in that Ramona residence was to give the jury a complete picture of the items recovered. Now, I think the concern was the emphasis being placed on certain items over other items. Is that your recollection of the issue, the main issue that was brought up? And I'm asking both sides.
And Your Honor, if you are asking for the state,
Yes.
So just as I think we were all pretty tired about 5 o'clock last night.
Yes.
When we had this conversation, and
I did make it clear to the state that that the state was not to, as a result of this search, and especially pursuant to the defendant's motion to suppress, the state was not to put forward evidence that had nothing to do with this murder case. So the state assured the court that through witnesses and other testimony that there would be connections made between these items. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. And
go ahead, respond to the defendant's complaint.
yes, Your Honor. And just to first follow up on what the court brought up regarding the thoroughness of the investigation. In prior witnesses, I believe it was actually it was this. In fact, this witness. This witness was passed after there was discussion of the search of the victim's car at Bilbig, and defense. We passed the witness after direct on the Bilbig, the victim's vehicle at Bilbig, and during cross-examination at that point regarding the search of the car, defense went in very heavy on the thoroughness of the search, almost bringing into question, and then brought up the fact that there was a firearm later found, insinuating that this witness who's currently on the stand did not do a thorough job in investigating that vehicle since he missed a firearm. The special agent with the ATF who found that firearm was going to testify this morning. However, on cross-examination, defense did question this specific witness who searched this house, the Ramona house, as to his thoroughness in that vehicle, and brought up, well, and you didn't find a firearm, and you know now that a firearm was later found. And also in cross-examination of Justin O'Donnell, also his search of the vehicle, questioning his thoroughness of searching that vehicle, and that a firearm wasn't found, and what was he looking for. And I think the fact that they're bringing the credibility of the witnesses and their thoroughness to do their job and do it correctly is important for this jury to understand that there was a thorough search actually done. We haven't put in all of the photos from every witness, and I do want to make sure the record is clear. Once the court had us approach yesterday, we did not spend any more time on those issues that the court had brought up. Also, I think it's important for the court to know that Detective Barnes, even in an opening statement, I talked about Detective Barnes' interview will be played with the defendant from DPD headquarters. I called Justin O'Donnell, crime scene supervisor O'Donnell, out of order because he had a part of the investigation from the 11th, but he also did photograph the defendant on December 9th. And so instead of having to recall him just for those photos, to for judicial economy, for the court's time and this jury's time, I did want to get those photos in then, which then later Barnes will testify to that. I think it is, I think everybody here in this courtroom, if asked under oath, would agree that the individual depicted in November of 2020 or December of 2020, Kewon White, that was arrested, looks much different now than he did then. And I think those photos are important to us proving up elements such as ID. And the reason that I put those in then was for efficiency and judicial economy and not to waste anybody's time. Additionally, Your Honor, we do believe that there will be a witness who's currently in federal custody that will testify on Monday. He is an individual who has gone to these houses, and he's going to speak about that house in particular, that it is a known location for them, meaning him and other people associated with this case to hang out. It's kind of a known spot, but it is a trap house that they all kind of hang out at. It's a hangout. He calls it, when we interviewed him, me and Ms. Biggins interviewed him, he called it, it's the spot that we hang out at. But it is a known trap house, but that's where they hang out at. Additionally, Your Honor, there's going to be evidence that comes in today that comes in from the examiners that did the DVR to show the defendant at that house the night before the murder and returning after the murder with what appears to be the firearm used, as well as the vehicle used that comes from surveillance video. Further, Your Honor, prior to the defendant leaving and fleeing town to Mount Pleasant, he is at the Ramona house. He fills up a backpack with other co-defendants there at the spot that they all hang out at, and he leaves town. And when he's leaving town, he's then arrested in Mount Pleasant. And at that point, he has a large amount of currency as well as narcotics coming from that house, and provides a jail call that will be part of our evidence towards remuneration, a jail phone call, as well as the money that's on him. But that, when he leaves that known trap house, that's when he gets arrested out in Mount Pleasant. And so, Your Honor, again, this is a weird and unique trial since there's so many moving parts and pieces. And that we are going to get there. It's just going to take a little bit of time. And I do believe that once all of the evidence has been heard, the court will be satisfied with the presentation and the totality of the evidence that's been presented, and that if there is any left issues that need to be brought forward, I think those are things that can be addressed potentially with a limiting instruction. And so that would be our position, Your Honor.
May I respond very briefly, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just to make sure that the record is complete. The concern that the defense has is that the jury has already heard that information. And it's not
Information about what, the narcotics?
Yes.
Okay.
And the narcotics don't have anything to do with the allegation of murder. This is not a drug murder. It doesn't have anything to do with it. And so to be able to talk about the DVR, the cell phones that were recovered at Ramona, or the evidence that you pulled off of those as it relates to Mr. White.
You just mentioned the backpack that the defendant had when he was arrested coming from Ramona with narcotics. I mean,
But what does that have to do with the allegation of murder? That may be something that's punishment worthy.
I understand, but these are things that the state intends to bring before this jury to lay whatever timeline or foundation that they need. I can't tell them how to present their case. So you've made your objection, okay? And anything else?
Yes, Your Honor. I just had a couple.
Who is addressing me on this issue?
Well, that's what I know. That's what I tried to tell the court. There's a part of this that Myra researched.
Okay, are you done with your?
We just had a couple more arguments.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Your Honor, just to be clear, on July 10, 2026, at 10:30 a.m., along with Mr. Adams and about 7 other people, 2 federal people, and the defense attorney of Cedric Bradley indicated to the prosecutors that Kewon White did live at 3915 Ramona Street and during this time, and Jerry Johnson would let him stay there. In lieu of not granting the motion, Your Honor, of mistrial, we asked for in the alternative that you strike all evidence and testimony related to the drugs.
What's the state's response to that?
Your Honor, again, even if I think the important part here is that Jerry Johnson would let him stay there. That was Jerry Johnson's trap house. He is indicted for capital murder on this case as a co-conspirator. As a party co-conspirator, he is indicted for capital murder. That was his house, Your Honor. It was his trap house, and he would let people stay in his trap house, just like trap houses. They let people who work in the trap house stay there. That doesn't mean that's their residence.
I have the picture, and I'm not asking both sides to lay out the entire case.
Sure.
That haven't even heard it. So, I've heard the defendant's concerns. We considered that motion to suppress, as well as evidence that was brought forth yesterday, and I'm denying your motion for mistrial.
Your Honor, I also have something else to put on the record that's not in relation to this. It is my interpretation.
Well, I just wanted to we also asked in the alternative if the court would strike that testimony about the drugs from the Ramona house. Because otherwise we have to address it. We have to keep going because we can't leave that impression with the jury.
You can cross-examine, you can do what you need to do, but from what the state is saying, there's other testimony about the drugs that will come forth later on, connecting the Ramona house with the defendant.
There is likely to be that testimony, but that doesn't go to the ultimate issue of guilt or not guilt.
Well, I don't know that. The state is telling me that they're going to connect the dots.
I think that...
So I've heard your argument, I've overruled you.
Yes, Your Honor. It's my understanding that at some point during this trial, the state plans to call someone from Mr. Kewon White's bonding company, the last name Alvarado. Mr. Kewon White was on bond for 2 offenses, which the state has put in their motion of extraneous that we asked for unlawful possession of a firearm and an unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. We believe that they're calling this witness to show 3 things: that he had a large sum of cash with him, he paid the monthly bond amount early, like 10 days early, and he paid $600. We're saying that this is highly prejudiced because Mr. White was not arrested for murder at that time, so to indicate or give any kind of information to the jury that he was on bond is very prejudicial. Mr. White had 2 pending charges that he was on bond for, which I just described to the court, and none of these cases are attributable facts to the murder case or the murder charge which he now stands for, and unless the state can form some kind of connection to the money of the $600 that they're trying to say he paid by serial numbers from Marquise Conway's bank or something, we believe that that's highly prejudicial to put information before this jury that he was on bond for 2 additional cases, or even to put information before this jury that he was checking into a bonding company for a murder case that he wasn't even arrested for. So we're going to ask that her testimony, or whoever they plan to call from the bonding company, be excluded. And that's an oral motion to exclude the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you. What's the state's response?
Yes, Your Honor. During Detective Barnes' investigation, Kewon White had become a suspect, and...
Did you say Cedric Barnes or Cedric Bradley?
Detective Barnes.
Okay.
Detective Barnes, when Kewon White became a suspect, he went to that bonding location to get information. That's how they were able to identify known addresses, known associates, phone numbers, and during that he also found out that after the murder, he went to the bonding company, and there's surveillance video that shows him with a large amount of cash immediately after the murder, and the bonding records show that he had not been checking in and not making his payments, and then all of a sudden, that just happens to the day of the murder, go in with a large amount of cash and pay weeks in advance his bond amounts that he had not been up to speed and up to date paying. Your Honor, we believe that is, while I don't disagree that it could be prejudicial in nature, the probative value to prove that this individual is coming into money all of a sudden when he had previously not had it goes to show the fact that he is being paid for this capital murder, which is an essential element in this case that we must prove beyond a reasonable doubt. And so it's not to talk about the charges that he had or the types of cases. It's to show that he all of a sudden had the financial ability. Not only did he have just the financial ability, he had a lot more money on him. And at the bond, the witness from the bond company will talk about how unordinary and unusual this was. And I think that all goes, and it's all circumstantial evidence and direct evidence to some extent, the money that he has on him, and all of a sudden coming into the financial position to pay to prove capital murder. And while I do agree that it could be probative or prejudicial, I believe the probative value substantially outweighs any prejudicial nature of this evidence.
Yeah, just to be clear, we're talking about $600 he paid the bonding company. Where the record is clear and where there's nothing more highly prejudicial put in for against Mr. White, we're asking that it be excluded, because how can you say he was checking into a bonding company and he hadn't yet been arrested? So that gives a false impression to the jury, or lets the jury wonder what other crimes has he committed, and why is he checking into a bonding company? So, and that large sum of cash, they don't know what denominations, they don't know if it's counterfeit, they can't even tell you if it came from Marquise Conway or who the money came from. I believe Your Honor,
when you say large amount of cash, you're talking about $600.
I'm talking about wads of cash like this in his pocket. Wads.
But they're saying
rolls of cash in his pocket.
Not rolls, Your Honor. They're saying that he was paid thousands of dollars for this murder, and it's not thousands of dollars on that video.
Like that's part of the state's theory, but I am wondering if there's the state can still present that fact of having a lot of cash without necessarily saying that it was to pay a bond.
And they can, Your Honor, because the next day.
I'm sorry, I'm still speaking.
I'm sorry.
He owed the bonding company. We don't have to state that it was a bonding company.
Correct, and that would be one proposal we'd have, Your Honor, is that I can, based on if the court orders me to do so, I could, number one, I can redact the records to remove anything regarding a bond. And what company she works for. It can just be that a debt was owed to this company, whatever that debt was for, and then the fact that he had not been coming in and making his payments to this company that he owed a debt to, is what we would ask that be the remedy, and to fix any type of prejudicial nature of that evidence. And I'm happy to have the court review it after I redact it, to make sure the court is sufficiently happy with it not referencing bonds or on bond or cases.
Right. You show it to the defense and make sure the defense is okay with the redaction, and then you all can present that to me if you have any disagreements. Otherwise, that would be the way to go.
Your Honor, they also plan on introducing a video of him at the bonding company and the other people at the bonding company that's in this video starting out in cash. I think this is still
how. Show that it's a bonding company on the video?
I mean, we also run into the issue of jurors may recognize people on that video. I just think it's highly prejudicial, and there's no way to safeguard. Jurors,
on the video?
Jurors, Your Honor, it is a bonding. No, but seriously, it is a bonding company, Your Honor. It serves the public. There are different people in there.
They could have recognized people on the highway that were out there at the highway as well. But, Your Honor,
so long as there's nothing in that video.
There is one angle, Your Honor, that shows the door.
What exactly are you trying to show on the video? He brought out a large.
And you can actually hear the conversation about how much money it is. I'll verify what the exact content of the conversation, that there's no bond talk or charge talk. But this angle, we would only offer this angle of the video then, and the still shots from this angle of the video where you don't see what type of company it is or what the nature of the debt is for. And I will also review the language that you hear of the conversation about how much he owes and how much he's paying. I will double check all that and then represent it to defense with redactions.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
And then, Your Honor, we would ask for permission from the court to supplement the record with a case from the Court of Appeals that supports the argument that we made about our mistrial request. And it would just be Jackson v. State. It's the Court of Appeals. decided August 2010, 320 Southwest 3rd, 873. It was a published opinion, and so we would be asking the court for permission to supplement the record with.
And what does Jackson v. State say?
Jackson v. State says that during the course of a capital murder trial, there was evidence of another crime that was presented to the jury. The jury heard that evidence. There was no connection between that crime and the charged crime. It was the same offense, but it was at different times. And so they were about a month apart. And so it didn't have a connection back to what that person was on trial for.
Okay, this was a different offense that they were charged with, and the state introduced that.
The state introduced it during the
case in chief.
The case in chief. That's correct.
Thank you.
And the Court of Appeals reversed that as being prejudicial to the defendant.
Right, thank you.
But can I print it and put it into the record?
No, just do the citation. We don't have to submit that into the record. I mean, a paper copy. Okay, let's bring the jury in.
Yes.
Were we done with Mr. Rosenberg?
No, he was on, they just passed him.
Okay, where is he? Okay, right there.
And just so that I'm clear, we have, because the jury has heard that other information, we
All right.
We're back on the record. The record will reflect that the defendant is present. The attorney to state is present. The jurors are present and seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Again, thank you so much for being on time. We really appreciate it. Yesterday, the state had finished their examination sheet of the detective.
Yes, ma'am.
Rosenberg, and passed him to the defense. Is the defense right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Detective Rosenberg.
Good morning.
We meet again.
Yes, we do.
Okay. I wanted to kind of go back to, we had talked about the car, the Honda Accord that Melvin Noble was driving that day, right? That you introduced in, the state got pictures in for you?
No, ma'am. Oh, yeah, the first one, yes. Okay. Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry. I got 3 different vehicles. I'm sorry.
All right. So, and you did the search on that car, right? On the
Yes,
second
ma'am.
search, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you kind of, and I know we kind of heard it before, but is there a process or a method that is used by every crime scene analyst or technician to search a car?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that process?
You take photos of the vehicle first, and when you take photos, you then go under the seats and you seats, center console seats. Try to pull stuff away from the items. Maybe something's loose, you can get something put underneath, like the cup holders. You can pull the cup holders out and see in there. But everybody has their own style to search.
Okay. But it's fair to say that you are filling on floors, you're looking through the cup holders, you're looking through like the what's in the middle compartment.
Center console, yes, ma'am.
The console. You are looking in the back seat, the trunk, everywhere, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and why are you doing that?
Find something that the detectives are looking for.
Okay, and at this point in time, you were sent back to look for ballistics and firearms, correct?
I believe just ballistics.
Okay, so ballistics are small, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so we saw that there are a number of things in the car, as far as clothing, toys, things of that nature, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so you would have to move some things around to look for the ballistics. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so because you were moving things around, you were able to fill on floors and everything. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you're looking not only in the driver's seat, but you're looking in the passenger floorboard, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you're also looking in the back seat.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and do you know? And during this time, you've searched plenty of vehicles, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you know that people have different compartments in their vehicles, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's not uncommon for people to find contraband or items in hidden compartments, right?
Correct.
And you did those searches and you found things like that, right?
I might have found them, I might not have, because if they're hidden, we don't know they're there.
Okay, that's fair. But you have done how many searches in November 2020 had you done at that point? Thousands?
I can tell you how many I've done. I'm not. It's a large number.
Okay. How long had you been a crime scene analyst?
In 2020. About 10 years.
10 years. And how many? And you've worked more than just murder cases as a crime scene analyst, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of cases have you worked?
Basically every case you can think of.
So you understand the importance of a thorough search, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, especially when you're looking for things that are small like ballistics, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you go back out, you went out, I believe you said November 16th, 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
And we indicated or talked to you and you said you couldn't remember what detective sent you out.
Correct.
But you had but at some point, someone said, hey, we need to go back out and search this car for the second time.
For ballistics in the door.
Ballistics in the door. Okay. And I think you testified that ballistics can go through a door, enter a door, and fall within a compartment. There's different places that ballistics can land, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you know at the point in time that you were searching the car that the decedent Melvin Noble had got out of his car, out of the driver's seat, ran around to the passenger side, and was looking in the passenger side before he was being shot at?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know if the detective saw the video of the offense from the Kroger truck before he sent you out there?
No, ma'am.
And just where we're clear, who owns the auto pound on Big?
City of Dallas.
And how many people work there?
I have no idea.
Okay. What is the process to get a key to look into somebody's car? Or are the cars unlocked?
It has changed since then.
What was the process then?
Back then, I believe they all had them filed in a filing cabinet.
Okay. And people who work there can access them, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you don't know how many people work there, but do you go there often?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see the same people, or have you seen the same people from November 2020?
A lot of them are gone from then.
Okay. And you said you've been doing crime scene for 10 years as of November 2020, right? So I
Yes,
guess you
ma'am.
started somewhere in 2010. Prior to that, in that time frame, did you see a lot of changeover with the workforce that worked at the city?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you don't know who had access to his car or who didn't, right? You just,
Correct.
and you obtained a search warrant, but that doesn't mean people who have access to the city panel who work there, that doesn't mean they couldn't have entered the car, right?
Correct.
And on this particular day, you didn't find a firearm, right?
Correct.
And you searched for ballistics and you felt on the floors, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you're the second analyst to go back out there and search Melvin Noble's car within 5 days, right?
I guess. I don't know.
Okay. But you do know you weren't the first, right?
I don't know if anybody else went in the car, in the vehicle.
All right. And as it relates to the pictures of the 3915 Ramona Street house, the house located at that location, when you arrived at that house, how many people were with you to search?
I was the only one that went out there from
Okay.
crime scene.
Were there any officers with you?
There's officers already there at the scene.
How many officers were there?
There were several.
And there were no, was there anyone there that lived at the house or frequented the house when you were there?
I don't believe anybody was there.
So you don't know how many people live in that house, do you?
No, ma'am.
You don't know how many people have access to that house, do you?
No, ma'am.
You don't know how many people have keys to that house, do you?
No, ma'am.
Do you even know who owned the house in November 2020?
No, ma'am.
And you're not here to tell this jury that all these guns belong to Kewon White, are you?
No, ma'am.
And you're not here to say all those drugs belong to Kewon White.
No, ma'am.
In fact, were any of those guns fingerprinted?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Were the drugs that you seized, were they fingerprinted, the bags?
No, ma'am.
So there's no way to attribute any of these guns, these drugs to Mr. Kewon White, right?
Correct.
And the state had you bring them today, or yesterday. And the state requested that you bring the guns and the drugs that's not attributable to Mr. Kewon White to court yesterday.
I did not bring them.
Okay, but they got them in. They admitted them through you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And being a crime scene analyst for 10 years in November 2020, there were large amounts of drugs in the house. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you know how much, could you put a dollar amount on the drugs that was in that house?
No, ma'am.
But it is fair to say that it was a large amount.
Yes, ma'am.
And with large amount of drugs comes a large amount of money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so witness, thank you for your time again.
Just 1 second, Your Honor.
Sorry, Your Honor, just briefly. Detective Rosenberg, just based off of what you know or what you did, you have no idea whether those drugs are or not belong or are attributed to Kewon White. Is that correct?
Correct.
You don't know the entirety of the investigation. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
You were just there just to photograph what was at the house at that time.
Correct.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll pass the witness.
Defense?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. May this witness be released?
No objection from the state.
Defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state's going to call Special Agent Wright, but prior to his testimony, I would like to offer some evidence that comes through business records that have previously been on file and tendered to defense counsel significantly longer than 10 months ago, or 10 days ago. But I do want to put these in at this point. There's quite a bit, so can I go through them for the record and then? So the first is going to be State's Exhibit number 976, which is a business record filed October 15th of 2025. It is for cell phone records regarding two numbers in this case that will be testified to later on by the FBI as well as Detective Barnes. State's Exhibit 975 is the affidavit and search warrant. Both 975 and 976 would be for record purposes only. 977 would be for all purposes, and that is the associated cell phone records for both of those numbers contained on this disc. Those are, for the record, those are T-Mobile tracking number 3509603. The next set is going to be for T-Mobile tracking number 3492915. The first exhibit is 972, which is an affidavit for a search warrant. That would be for record purposes. It's the affidavit and search warrant, excuse me, for the records contained within this tracking number.
So which tracking number? Both tracking numbers?
This one's for 3492915. State's Exhibit 973 is the notice of intent to use these business records that was provided to the defense and e-filed on August 19th of 2025, and that's for two cell phone numbers as well. State's Exhibit number 974 is the disc related to that tracking number. We'd offer that for all purposes. The next is in regards to T-Mobile tracking number 2983899. State's Exhibit 990 is the affidavit and search warrant for that tracking number, or associated with that tracking number. State's Exhibit 991 is the notice of intent to use business records for that tracking number that was provided to the defense and e-filed on October 15th of 2025. 990 and 991 would be for record purposes only. Number 992 is the disc of those records, and that would be for all purposes. The next is in regard to tracking number, T-Mobile tracking number 2974063. First exhibit is 978, which is a affidavit and search warrant for the records. That would be for record purposes. State's Exhibit number 979 is a notice of intent to use business records that was filed and provided to the defense on August 19th of 2025. That would be for record purposes as well. State's Exhibit number 980 is the actual records from that tracking number that's associated with 3 cell phone numbers. And that would be for all purposes. The next is going to be in regards to the tracking number T-Mobile 3507596. The first exhibit is State's Exhibit 987, which is a search warrant for the records associated with that tracking number. The next one is 988, which is the notice of intent to use those business records that was filed and provided to defense on October 15th of 2025. Both 987 and 988 would be for all for record purposes only. State's Exhibit 989 is the records associated with that tracking number, and that would be for all purposes. The next is for tracking number, T-Mobile tracking number 3492792. State's Exhibit 969 is an affidavit and search warrant for the records related to that tracking number. State's Exhibit 970 is a notice of intent to use business records for those records associated with that tracking number. That was e-filed and provided to defense on August 19th of 2025. State's Exhibit 971 is the records contained on a disk. That would be for all purposes, and that's associated with that tracking number. The next is T-Mobile tracking number 3103887.
You say 310?
Yes, Your Honor. T-Mobile tracking number 3103887. State's Exhibit 966, which would be for record purposes, is the affidavit and search warrant. 967 is the notice of intent to use business records that was provided to defense and e-filed on October 15th of 2025. State's Exhibit 968 is the records contained therein. We'd offer those for all purposes. The next is Verizon tracking number 203-14617. State's Exhibit 993 is the search warrant. We'd offer that for record purposes. State's Exhibit 994 is the notice of intent to use business records that was e-filed and provided to defense on October 15th of 2025. That's State's 994. 995 would be for all purposes. It is the disk containing all of the records from that associated tracking number. The next one is AT&T tracking number 3325747. The first one is an affidavit for a search warrant. That's State's Exhibit 984. That would be for record purposes. The next exhibit is State's Exhibit 985, notice of intent to use those records. That was e-filed and sent to defense on October 21st of 2025. And it's 985. That would be for record. State's Exhibit 986 would be for all purposes, and that's the records associated with that tracking number. The next is AT&T tracking number 3325677. First exhibit is State's Exhibit 981, which is an affidavit and search warrant for the records. State's Exhibit 982 is the notice of intent to use those business records, which was e-filed and provided to defense on August 19th of 2025, and that would be for record purposes. State's Exhibit 983 would be for all purposes. That's the disk that contains all of the records associated with that search warrant and notice of intent that was provided to defense.
Your Honor, at this time, the defense would just re-urge its motion that we filed for the metadata related to all of the digital evidence. We've not received any additional information from the state related to the metadata, so we would re-urge that. And based on that, Your Honor, we would object.
Thank you. All right, defendant's objection is overruled. Case exhibits 976, 975, 972, 973, 990, 991, 978, 979, 987, 988, 969, 970, 966, 967, 993, 994, 984, 985, 981, and 982 are admitted for record purposes. 6 exhibits 977, 974, 992, 980, 989, 971, 968, 995, 986, and 983 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. State will call Special Agent Wright. Get right here. Thank you, sir. Your Honor, I believe this firearm was checked yesterday by the bailiffs and declared clear.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and all be done?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Come on, sir.
Could you please state your name for the record and introduce yourself to the jury? And can you please spell your name for the court reporter, first and last?
Okay. Yes, my name is Derek Wright. And the spelling for that is D-E-R-E-K, last name Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T. I'm a special agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And how long, and do you mind if I use ATF for short?
Please, yes.
All right. How long have you been employed? Actually, I know you've been employed with other law enforcement agencies. Would you mind just telling this jury just a little bit about your total employment in law enforcement?
Yes. So in 2006, I became a police officer with the city of Albuquerque in New Mexico. I was a police officer there for a little over 10 years. I was a patrol officer, a field training officer, a gang detective, and then I worked as a task force officer with the ATF. The last 4 years I was there. In 2016, I became a special agent with ATF and was reassigned back to Albuquerque field office. I worked there until 2022, which is when I moved to Texas and began working here. Part of the duties I took while in New Mexico still was I became a special agent canine handler, which is a separate designation within the ATF. And while I was doing that in New Mexico, I continued to do that here in Texas until last year, beginning of 2025.
And at the beginning of 2025, what did you start doing?
I became a group supervisor for one of the criminal enforcement groups here in DFW.
And so you're no longer a canine handler?
That's correct, I am not.
So as far as your involvement in this case, what was your role as far as getting involved, or how did you get notified about this case?
So I was working with another canine handler at the time, and we received a request to head to the Dallas PD impound lot, or pound lot they call it, and to conduct a search on a vehicle that was in the lot.
And do you remember the date of that search?
If I can look at my report, October, I'm sorry.
You can refresh, if it helps refresh your recollection, just please don't read from it.
October 18th, 2023.
And before we go into all that, can you just explain to this jury a little bit about the process of, one, you becoming a canine handler with the ATF, and then also the process of the training that goes into the canine and how that works as well?
Okay, so the process to become a canine handler with ATF is you're initially interviewed by the personnel that are in the National Canine Division, which sits in Front Royal, Virginia, and that's where the training is conducted. When you complete the interview, they'll let you know if you were selected, and then you get a class date. You head to Front Royal, Virginia, where you attend a 12-week course. It's a living academy. It's 7 days a week with the canine. The first week is spent classroom introduction to explosives and handling of explosives and transportation. Then you have some interaction with the dogs that they have pre-selected in the program. And on the weekend of the first week, you receive this canine. That canine then lives with you in the hotel every day since then or after that. And you begin just basic trainings with the dog. You're learning the dog is learning you. You're learning how to, very simple things at the very beginning of how to hold a leash and how to present an area for the dog to search, how to walk with the dog, and and with some of the tasks you do. The training continues for those 12 weeks where you will conduct searches of open areas, buildings being, schools, classrooms, movie theaters. You'll do all types of different buildings. You'll go on to do vehicle searches at multiple different locations. You spend a lot of time going to this large lot, place called Odessa. You'll do searches on the location where the training is held at. They have separate vehicle pads there. You'll do...
and I want to stop right there just for a second, because I'm sure we've all seen movies where there's like cadaver dogs or a dog that sniffs to go find, the kid that's been kidnapped. Are there different types of dogs, or is there different types of training for different types of dogs?
Yes, there's different types of detection canines and police working dogs. My dog, her name was Chewbacca. She is specifically an explosives detection canine. She does not do any dual purpose work. All she does is explosives. She's not going to do narcotics, cadavers. There's no apprehension. She's a Labrador Retriever. Just explosives.
And so, like during this time that you're doing the field searches, the open lots, the movie theaters, first of all, how old, and it's Chewbacca, Chewbarka, is that correct?
That's correct.
Like Chewbacca?
But Barker, yes.
Did you name her?
I did not.
Okay. At what age does a canine typically come to a handler?
Generally, it'll be about a year, just a little bit over a year. Chewy was I call her Chewy, Chewbacca. She was a little older because this was during COVID, so she had extra time before we could all get down to the class to take the training.
And so when you start to take the training, how was Chewbacca or Chewy, how was she trained because her official title, she's retired now, correct?
Correct.
And they said was, but she's still alive and well.
She's still alive, yes.
Thank you for bringing her last time you were here. But her official title is Explosive Detection Canine, Search Enhanced Evidence Canine.
Correct.
How does she get that designation?
So she's an explosive detection canine as she's imprinted on explosive odors, which is prior to my arrival at the training academy. And the search enhanced evidence canine is called SEEK, is where the dog has the additional training and capability where it will work off leash at a distance. And the handlers that are assigned these dogs are all ATF special agent canine handlers, and the dogs will follow commands of whistles. The dog wears a collar that vibrates and beeps, and so you can give the dog different commands. If you want to send it to the right, you'll give a hand signal, send it to the left, back and forth, and tone it if it needs to stop.
And for as it relates to explosives, but I know generally we hear the word explosive and we think bomb.
Yes.
But when we use the term explosive, could that also mean firearms?
Yes, so explosives are inherent in firearms, as the cartridge case within the firearm has propellant powder, smokeless powder, or black powder if it was a black powder firearm. And when the primer strikes, it sets off an explosives within that firearm, and shoots a projectile out the front of the firearm.
And when, and if I wasn't paying attention to the exact date, I apologize. When, I know it was during the pandemic, when did you and Chewbacca start working together?
So June of 2020, and then we left the academy September 2020, and then we went in service in New Mexico.
And then at the time of this murder case, you were not involved in November of 2020. You weren't even in Texas. Is that fair?
That's correct.
But you do keep your dog after you promote and she retires.
Yes, correct.
I know a lot of people wanted to know when I met with you. You kept the dog.
Yep, she's at home on the couch.
All right. So you were an officer in Arizona prior to this.
New Mexico.
New Mexico, sorry, Reno. Right?
Where?
Reno?
Albuquerque?
Albuquerque. It's been a long week. Sorry. But you worked alongside the ATF. You did gang disruption. You did a lot of different things. Have there ever been occasions prior to you becoming a canine handler that you were involved in searching a vehicle or a place and might not have found something that was later found with the use of a canine?
We didn't have explosive detection canines that looked for firearms in Albuquerque.
Sure.
So I didn't personally have that.
And since you've come to Dallas-Fort Worth and working here, have there been occasions where a search that was done by law enforcement prior to your search had maybe that resulted in, not finding anything, but then Chewbacca or ATF, especially Kasi, who used to be working with you,
Yep.
that y'all come in with your canine and then find evidence?
Yes, that's happened.
And so in October 18th of 2023, you were asked to search a vehicle, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who brought you that request?
Detective Task Force Officer Barnes.
Your Honor, may I approach? Permission to move about freely throughout. Special Agent Group Supervisor Wright.
Yes, sir.
I'm showing it's 957. Is that a copy of your curriculum vitae?
Yes, sir.
That you provided for your testimony today?
Yes, sir.
I'd offer State's Exhibit 957, previously tendered to defense counsel for all purposes.
No objection, Your Honor.
Describe 957.
Special Agent Group Supervisor Wright's curriculum vitae. Yes, sir. And I'd ask that the court designate him as an expert canine handler as well as EDC/SEEK Chewbacca for the purposes of this testimony.
So designated.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm now showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 824, 825, 826, 827, 828. 829 and 830. Will you please take a look at those?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, sir.
And are those photos that you took during your search in October of 2023?
Yes, sir.
And I'm also excuse me. Showing has been marked as states 848. Is this a bag that was used to transport what I'm holding marked as States Exhibit 831?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize States Exhibit 831?
Yes, sir.
What is States Exhibit 831?
It's a Glock 19 pistol, semi-automatic pistol, chambered in 9mm.
Okay. State would offer States Exhibit 848 for record purposes, 831 for all purposes, and 824 through 824 through 830 for all purposes.
All right, let me get this straight, Mr. Evans.
Yes, Your Honor.
841 is the bag containing 831.
848.
848
Yes, Your Honor.
contains 831.
Yes, Your Honor. It's outside the bag right now.
Okay. And, okay, 848 are intended for record purposes and 831 for all purposes. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Susan?
No objection to 831. I believe that there was also the bag.
48. The bag.
The bag is 848.
Yep.
831 is a firearm. And then no objection to any of the photographs.
Okay, thank you.
I-
All right, States Exhibit
Thank you.
824 through 830 are admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes, you may. 848 is admitted for record purposes and 831 is admitted for all purposes.
Now, Special Agent Wright, 831 here is a firearm, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is a firearm capable of causing serious bodily injury or death?
Yes, sir.
Now, do you remember the location that you went to perform this search?
The Dallas PD impound lot, Vibing Road.
Is that right? VILVIG?
Yes.
And again, whose request was that?
Detective Barnes.
Okay, and he's a task force officer with the ATF?
That's correct.
Okay. States Exhibit 824, what do we see here?
That's the rear of the vehicle that the search was conducted on.
What are the purposes of the photo? You're not a crime scene analyst, right, or crime scene tech or anything like that, correct?
No, sir.
Does the ATF have people that do crime scene?
No.
If y'all have a crime scene to process, who typically would process it?
Ourselves.
Okay. As far as photographs, what is the purpose of these photographs?
To memorialize where I was at and what I was doing, just to document that I was there.
825, we see another photo, is that correct?
Yes.
Of that same vehicle?
Yes.
Now, did you have, as you were requested, what was the nature of the request for the search?
It was in reference to a homicide investigation.
Okay. And were you looking, what specifically were you searching for?
We look for firearms and firearms-related evidence, cartridge cases, projectiles, things of that nature.
And did you have any knowledge of where anything may or may not be inside the vehicle?
No, sir.
States Exhibit 826, what do we have here?
That's Chewbacca in the front passenger seat of the vehicle.
Okay. And is that her official badge right there that she's wearing on her collar?
Yes,
sir. Walk me through, you get to this vehicle, explain to this jury, because they've probably never heard it from an actual canine handler with the ATF. You get to this vehicle with Chewbacca, what do y'all do?
So we'll arrive at the scene. The detectives will let us know what they want done. We will, in a vehicle search, you'll start from the exterior of the vehicles and you work to the interior of the vehicle in a busy and cramped lot, like on the previous photo where the other car was right next to it. You're not going to go in between it, and so I had Chewbacca on a leash on this one, and we started, and we'll work in a counterclockwise around the vehicle, working counterclockwise, and then we'll go into the vehicle, door open on the front passenger side. Went into the vehicle, Chewbacca enters. She has a change of behavior, which is a common term, like, so the dog will be in some sort of an odor, novel odor, something's got its attention, but she can't finalize, give an indication that she found something, but we saw a change of behavior. Both myself and the other canine handler couldn't see anything that would have caused her to have this change of behaviors. Pulled her out, put her back in. She goes underneath the dash on the passenger footwell, and then she turns around and sits, which is her indication that she has a positive alert or is in the odor of she found an explosive material. And at this point, she is a food reward dog. That's when I would pay her. I would give her food so she can eat. She exits the vehicle. Special Agent Canine Handler Kasi, who's now retired, reaches into the vehicle. He's looking around, and locates underneath the dashboard and where the carpet comes together. Yes, this photo.
And this is 827.
Yep. Special Agent Kasi pulls it down, and he sees that portion of a firearm, the top slide where the handle is. And then he notifies Detective Barnes, who comes over and calls a crime scene technician, and it's collected from there.
Can you describe the difficulty in actually getting to this firearm?
I would describe it as inconvenient to get the firearm if you needed it. It was well secreted inside the vehicle.
Well secreted. And just looking inside the vehicle, you didn't see it, correct?
No.
And in fact, you saw a change in behavior, which is a clue to you that Chewbacca has something is going on, but she has not identified positively where it's at.
Correct.
Did it take her a minute or so? I say a minute, but did it take her some time to even, once she started to show signs, a change in behavior, how long did it then take her to sit to show that she had a positive identification?
Not long.
Okay.
I couldn't give you a rough timeline. Less than a couple minutes to pull her out, put her back in. She's underneath there. She's adamant it's right here.
But she went in twice. It wasn't one search. Oh, here it is.
Yep. She went in, had the change of behavior. She's cramped in this tight area of the front seat of the vehicle. So maybe we need to reposition her, and then when we pull her out, put her right back in, and then it's underneath and then down.
829. What do we have here?
That's a firearm magazine and the cartridges from the magazine and the chamber.
There was one in the chamber.
Yes, it appears.
States Exhibit 830. Is that just the serial number there?
Yes, off the slide.
Okay. I'll pass witness, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm sorry. And what is I want to make sure I get it right, your title.
Special Agent.
Special Agent, right. Okay. Did you review any evidence before you went out there to the city pound?
No.
You didn't review any evidence? Okay, and what prompted you to go out to the city pound?
Just a call from Detective Barnes.
All right. And as of, you went out on October 18th, 2023, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know that the car had been sitting or in the city pound since November 11, 2020?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you would agree with me that's almost 3 years, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you know that there was a search performed on the car on November 11, 2020?
No, ma'am.
Did you know that there was actually 2 searches performed on the car on November 11, 2020?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you know that there was a second search, or a third search, should we say, performed on the car on November 16th, 2020?
No, ma'am.
All right, and so we're told or instructed to go out to the city pound on October 18th, 2023 with your dog, Chihuahua, right?
Right.
Okay. And when you go out there, can you tell us, it was sitting not inside, but it was outside in the parking lot?
Yes, wide open area.
Did you have to get a key to get in?
Ooh, I don't remember.
Okay. But did anyone come out there with you from the city out of town to get you inside the car?
I don't remember. I know Detective Barnes was there, myself, and retired Agent Kasi.
Okay. So you don't remember if the door was open or not, right?
Not when we first arrived, no, I do not.
Okay. And then when I say the door, I'm saying you don't know if any of the doors were open to the car or if the car was unlocked to you.
Correct.
You don't remember that?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. And you don't know during these 3 years that the car sat at the city pound who had access to that car, do you?
No,
And you don't know if anything was removed from that car, do you?
I don't know.
And you don't know if anything was placed in that car, do you?
I don't know.
And you don't know how many people worked at the city pound, do you, during that time? Or during
No.
those 3 years, do you?
No, I do not.
And when you go out to the car and you're searching around the car, you said you initially did an outside search of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you're out there strictly to look for ballistics or firearms at that time, or firearms?
Yes,
Okay, because your dog is an explosive dog, right?
correct.
All right, so you're not out there to look for money or anything like that. It's just strictly to find a firearm.
In this case, yes.
Okay. And when you go out there, you do an outside search initially. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. When you finally enter the car, do you yourself or your person, your companion that was with you, not the dog, but the other person,
Yes.
do you go inside and search with your hands? Do y'all do an inside search with your hands?
not before the dog. I mean, we'll look in the vehicle, check for hazards, as far as like broken glass, things like that. Not physically, just a visual search, then put the dog in.
But you're not touching and feeling anything, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. It's all about, I just want to make sure my dog is safe before he goes in there to search and sniff around,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
And as soon as the dog gets in there, you said it was a short time before a gun is discovered.
Yes.
Okay. You know, the pictures. May I approach the court reporting room?
Yes, you may.
Okay. And I'm showing you State Exhibit 826.
Okay.
All right. Is it fair to say where the dog located, Chewbacca, located the gun was up in this area right here?
That's correct.
Is that fair to say? Okay. And $827. Was the 827 is showing where the gun was actually located, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember if the carpet was sealed off? Did you have to tear the carpet to get to it?
No, and Dan Kasi, the retired agent, is the one who reached in there and he pulled the carpet down.
Okay.
And he saw.
But it's not like you had to use any scissors or to open the carpet up, right?
Correct.
You didn't have to use the box cutter or anything like that. Is that right?
Correct, yeah. No.
All right. What he was able to do is go in there with his bare hands and pull the carpet down, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're going to approach again.
You may.
And if you could step down.
Yes, ma'am.
And report to me which gun was it that was found?
831.
831, okay. And so, you agree with me that this is kind of bulky, right? It's not like a piece of paper that is flat, right?
Correct.
And when someone is perhaps feeling on the carpet, you could feel this, correct? The carpet wasn't so padded that you couldn't feel a bump.
Someone
Okay.
may be able to.
Okay. Because it's not like the gun doesn't have some kind of mass to it where it's bulky, where you can't, where it's not going to show some kind of indentation in the carpet. Is that right?
Potentially.
Okay. Because it wasn't like it was like a cutout underneath. You didn't find any like compartment or hidden compartment underneath. Literally, the gun was just hidden underneath the carpet. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And Special Agent Wright, you can't say if the gun was placed there after the fact, do you? You can't say that, can you?
I could not know.
No other questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. State.
Another brother from the state, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be released?
No objection from the state.
No objections from the defense, Your Honor.
Thank you, Special Agent. State, call your next witness.
State calls Philip Wong.
You swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Philip Duong, Phillip
How are you currently employed?
I'm a forensic firearms and tool mark examiner for the Texas Department of Public Safety Crime Laboratory.
And can you please let the jury know about your training and education to become a firearms and tool mark examiner?
I have a Bachelor's of Science with a focus in chemistry from Texas Wesleyan University. Our training program is in-house. It's approximately a 1.5 to 2 year training program. And during that training program, I've read books and articles pertaining to the science. I've looked at thousands of comparisons of cartridge cases and projectiles underneath a comparison microscope. I learned about different types of firearms, how they operate. I also attended Armor's course where I learned how to take apart specific firearms, put them back together, and learn what each component of that firearm does. Been trained in serial number restoration, tool mark examination, and throughout the entire process, I was tested along the way. At the end of my training program, I was given a mock case followed by a mock trial. And at the completion of that, I was on supervised casework, where I had to complete roughly 22 cases under supervision. And then I was signed off for independent casework.
How long have you been employed with the Texas Department of Public Safety?
It'll be 11 years this November.
And have you ever testified before as an expert for firearms and tool mark examinations?
I have, yes.
Has that been on a few occasions or one?
Today would be my 40th opportunity.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to designate Mr. Duong as a firearms and tool mark examiner expert.
Objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. The court will designate, did you say doctor?
Mr. Duong.
Mr. Duong as a forensic firearms and tool mark examiner.
Now,
He's an expert in that field.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Now, I want want to talk to you about the Texas Department of Public Safety. Is that an accredited lab?
It is accredited, yes.
What exactly does that mean?
So we're accredited through Texas Forensic Science Commission, along with American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board. An accreditation is when a laboratory is competent and qualified to perform the work based on meeting a set of standards.
And how do you receive items to examine there?
So an agency would coordinate with our evidence team and submit the evidence. And once the laboratory gains that evidence, I would coordinate with the evidence team to obtain the evidence, to maintain proper chain of custody, to perform my analysis.
And are you given a specific number to know what type of evidence goes with what particular case?
Yes, we are given a case number.
And that goes with, say if even an officer comes in and drops off more evidence to be tested, will that evidence go with that particular case number, or will it be given a new case number?
If additional evidence was submitted, it would go with the original case number.
And once you receive that evidence, typically what do you do first?
So once we receive the evidence, I typically go through a packaging worksheet. It's in a sense a inventory of what we received and how we received it.
And can you please describe to the jury just the basics behind ballistic comparison?
Yeah, so firearms analysis, we specifically look at fired evidence, whether that be a fired bullet, fired cartridge case. More specifically, we're looking at the surface areas of these items, bullets or cartridge case, as they come into contact with the firearm. During that process, the firearm imparts these random imperfection and pattern areas on the surface of these bullets and cartridge cases that we can then use for microscopic comparison and to formulate an opinion.
I'm hearing you talk about bullets and cartridge cases. Do you have maybe a demonstrator that could help aid the jury in understanding the different type or different parts of a bullet?
I do, yes.
Can you please bring that out so that we can talk about the different parts?
Absolutely.
So what are we seeing here?
So everything together, this is an unfired cartridge, unfired ammunition component. It's comprised of 4 parts. There's a primer, a cartridge case, a projectile, and inside of that there's going to be propellants, these powders, gunpowders.
Okay. And can you please explain to the jury how you conduct comparisons?
Yeah. Like I mentioned, we're looking at the surface areas of these bullets in these cartridge cases. We're using a comparison microscope that has 2 separate stages that allow us to view 2 items at the same time. And with that, we are looking at these characteristics on these cartridge cases and projectiles to see if they're either in agreement or disagreement with one another to formulate an opinion.
You talked about characteristics. Can you please explain what a class characteristic is?
Class characteristics are measurable features that indicate a restricted group source. These are determined prior to the manufacturing process, so they include caliber, direction of twist, the number of lands and grooves, the shape of the firing impression. These are examples of what class characteristics are.
Can you please explain what an individual characteristic is?
Individual characteristics are marks produced during the manufacturing process. These are random in nature. They can be, like I mentioned, produced during the manufacturing process or through use, corrosion, or damage of the tool surface. And they are very specific to individual tool.
Now, when you and I met, you kind of gave me a really good real-world example of how to explain individual and class characteristics. Do you remember that example?
Yes, I do have an analogy.
Do you think that would help in aiding the jury in understanding what class and individual characteristics are?
Absolutely.
Can you talk about that example?
So my analogy, I like to reference vehicles. I drive a white Toyota 4Runner. It is a SUV. So the analogy is if I was to park in a crowded parking lot going to inside a grocery store. When I walk out, I forgot where I parked. So I'm going to scan the entire parking lot looking for a white vehicle. So white is a class characteristic that exists throughout multiple manufacturers, if not tens, hundreds of thousands of vehicles. Then I'm going to start focusing on an SUV. That's another class characteristics. And I'm going to continue to dwindle it down so that now there's only 4 white Forerunners in that parking lot that I'm observing. From there, I start looking at those dings on the door, the nicks in the windshield, certain areas that's very unique to that specific vehicle. And that's where it's geared towards individual.
Now, after you conduct testing, do you ever consult with other scientists at DPS at the laboratory?
So for every one of our cases, they go through 100% verification. And what that means is another examiner, another competent examiner, would reanalyze my work to see if they would come to the same conclusion as I did. And at the completion of a verification analysis, they're going to write verification on my notes to state that they agree with my opinion.
And are all findings at DPS laboratory peer reviewed?
For firearms.
For firearms.
Yes.
And at the end of your analysis, how are you memorializing your findings?
So at the end, we're going to issue a report that is then sent to the local DA's office along with the submitting agency.
And were you asked to do an examination for this particular case that we're here for today?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 962. Do you recognize this?
I do, yes.
And what is this?
This is a statement, my statement of qualification. It's, in a sense, my CV.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 856A. I believe this will be your original report that you conducted in this case. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
Now I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 856. There were some modifications that both the state and the defense agreed to. Do you recognize that report with the modifications?
I do, yes. It's a copy of my report with modifications.
And do you think that this report will help aid the jury in understanding the type of examinations that you did with the evidence that was submitted?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, State offers State's Exhibit 856 and 962 for all purposes and 856A for record purposes.
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. State's Exhibit 962 and H56 are admitted for all purposes. State's Exhibit 856A is admitted for record purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 856. Is this a copy of your modified report?
Yes, this is the modified version.
And we see that it's here, Texas Department of Public Safety at the top, and where your lab is located. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Laboratory number, case number. This is that unique and specific case number that is assigned to each case that you're working on. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that is GAR 250610527. Is that right?
Correct.
And the date that you issued your report?
Correct.
Now, can you please explain to the jury, you said submission information, the information that you received here on this report?
Correct. So we were submitted various envelopes, rifle and pistol boxes by an Eric Barnes in person.
And the request that was done was for you to perform a firearms and or tool mark examination on that evidence?
That's correct.
Moving on to the report, what do we see here?
So with each of those packages up top, I went ahead and opened each one and itemized all the internal evidence.
And do you, that unique case number that we see here, do you also mark that with the evidence that you received?
Yes, so I marked the packaging along with, if it's able to, I'll mark the evidence as well.
And why do you do that?
Just to ensure that this is in fact the evidence that I examined in this case. For example, I worked this case a year ago. So when testimony, I can recognize it for the court.
And permission to request, Your Honor?
You may.
Well, and permission to move freely?
Yes.
Okay. So the first thing that we see is that in item 301, it is a 7.62-39 caliber Romanian model rifle. Can you explain what type of firearm that would be?
It's just a rifle that's capable of chambering and firing 7.62 by 39 cartridges.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 508. Do you recognize that serial number on there?
Just for the record, this firearm is cleared.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, I do.
And does that firearm at State's Exhibit 508 correlate to, in your report, 0301?
Yes, it does.
I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 509. Do you recognize this as, for your report, 04-01?
I do, yes.
And can you please explain what type of firearm this is?
It's another rifle that is capable of chambering and firing a 7.62 by 39 cartridge.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 510. Do you recognize this as being in from your report as 0501?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and you, when you receive evidence, you make your own marking in order to identify which evidence would go for your report. Is that correct?
I do, yes.
Now, there's additional markings on here, maybe from the agency. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So typically what the agency may mark as evidence, you mark it as something different.
That's correct.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1136. What type of firearm is this?
This.
Did you say 1136?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is a 9mm Luger caliber Glock pistol, and this is a pistol that I did analyze in this case as well.
And is this caliber different than any of the other calibers that we've seen so far?
Yes, it is.
And in 0501, which would be State's Exhibit 510, what type of caliber is that?
That was a 5.56 by 45mm caliber rifle.
And what's the 1136 referenced as in his report?
It is referenced as 0601.
Thank you.
I'm showing you this memo marked as State's Exhibit 841. Do you recognize this firearm as being 0701 for your report?
I do, yes.
And what type of caliber would go with this particular firearm?
This is a 5.56 by 45 millimeter caliber.
And what type of firearm is this?
It's a rifle.
So safe to say, not State's Exhibit 831, but these were the firearms that are listed in your report. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So once you receive the evidence, what's the first thing that you would do?
It varies from case to case. Sometimes I jump straight into analyzing the fired evidence, and other times I'll start with the firearms that were submitted. So in this case, with all the firearms, I'll go ahead and document everything on what we call a firearms worksheet. We indicate the make, the model, the serial number, certain safeties, trigger pull, magazine capacity, and once we ensure that that firearm is in fact safe to fire, we'll go ahead and generate 3 test fires inside of our range. From there, we'll obtain the known test bullets and test cartridge cases that we generated, and we're going to look at those test fires underneath the comparison microscope. Like I mentioned earlier, we're analyzing those class characteristics along with those individual characteristics to see how reproducible they are and if they are able to be identified to one another.
Oh, then what do you do next?
So once I go ahead and generate all my test fires with all my firearms, I'll go ahead and compare the submitted fired cartridge cases and projectiles from the scene to those known test fires that I generated and formulate an opinion.
Were you able to do that in this case?
I was, yes.
And you were being submitted for different cartridge cases. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you remember roughly how many there were?
If my count is accurate, I examined 44 cartridge cases.
And those cartridge cases, they were submitted to you. Do you also label using your own identifying on the evidence that you submit and examine?
I do, yes.
And do you put that on every single individual bag that you get?
Every individual bag, along with I scribe each individual evidence as well.
And were you able to do comparisons for those cartridge cases that you received?
Yes.
And did you document your findings in the report?
I did, yes.
So moving through your report, you see here you were talking about that you do that a testing to check the gun to see the firearm to make sure that it is operable. Is that correct? Okay. And so item 0301 was that functional?
It was operational. There was a malfunction that occurred during testing.
And moving on to the next firearm of 0302.
0302 is actually a magazine that was used during testing with 0301 rifle.
Okay. And then in the 0401, were you able to determine if that firearm was functional?
Yeah, so with the remaining firearms that I tested, they were all functional. There was no malfunctions detected during testing.
Now, at this point, were you able to...
I apologize. I misspoke. The pistol that I did analyze, it was operational, but a malfunction was detected. The remaining firearms were functional.
And moving for your findings, we see that items 0801, 0823, 0827AA, and so on. Can you please explain to the jury what this finding means?
So those are actually, in fact, related to the submitted bullets. Did you want me to talk about the opinion regarding those bullets?
Yes, please.
Okay,
And there's a screen right next to you.
I appreciate it. So in my opinion, the items 0801, 0823, 0827-AA, 0846, 0847, and 0902 through 0906, bullet jackets, bullet jacket fragments, and bullets were eliminated as having been fired from the item 0301 Romanian rifle, 0401 Arsenal rifle, and 0601 Glock pistol.
And so when you're doing your examination and comparison, do you first compare fire cartridge cases to each other?
Yes.
And then do you try to look to see if any of the firearms that are submitted, whether they are comparable to those firearms?
Like I mentioned earlier, I look at class characteristics. When I'm looking at those fired evidence cartridge cases, I'm making a mental note of what kind of class characteristics I'm looking at. Is it SUV? Is it a truck? Referring back to my analogy. And from there, I can look at all the test fires that were generated from the submitted firearms to determine if those class characteristics are in fact in agreement with one another before I go about my comparison.
And so for these, do you recognize the number on here that matches the report that we just spoke about?
I do, yes.
Okay. So just to help,
What were you showing the witness?
I was just about to get that, Your Honor. Okay, so State's Exhibits 259, 281, 285, 307, and 308, as well as State's Exhibit 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42. Just so that just jury understands, were you able to do a comparison for these?
Yes, I
And
was.
it would help if you describe what these are.
Okay.
So the jury can follow.
Sure. State's Exhibits 259, 281, 285, 307, and 308. These were all, was it bullet fragments?
They're all fired projectiles that I analyzed in this case.
And these were collected at the scene of the offense. Are you aware of that?
Yes, based on the submission form, it just said scene.
And State's Exhibits 38 through 42 had previously been admitted as the projectiles located from the autopsy. So with these projectiles and bullet jackets, were you able to make a comparison on whether they came from any of these firearms?
Based on those projectiles, I was able to eliminate it to 3 of the firearms based on the modified report. And 2 of the firearms, it was inconclusive.
And so the ones that you were able to eliminate was 0301, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that would be State's Exhibits 508. You were also able to eliminate it from 0401, and that would be State's Exhibit 509, as well as 0601, which would have been the Glock pistol of 850. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Then let's move along to the next conclusion that you had, which were the ones that we just spoke about, where you were saying that they could neither be identified nor eliminated from being fired from two particular firearms. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And can you explain why that's different from why you were able to eliminate one but not being able to identify or eliminate these firearms?
The class characteristics were similar. However, the individual characteristics were neither in agreement or disagreement for me to identify or eliminate. There just wasn't enough there.
And that was from 505-1 and 0701. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And 501, that would be from State's Exhibit 510. And 701 would be from State's Exhibit 841. And can you please talk about their next findings?
So the next finding, the items 0801, 0827-AA, 0846, and 0902 through 0906 bullet jacket fragments, and bullets, in my opinion, were identified as having been fired from the same firearm.
And that was ones that we just talked about. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so these would be the same. State's Exhibits 259, 285, and 307. So the bullet fragments that were found at the scene, as well as State's Exhibits 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42 that was taken from the autopsy. You believe that these are all fired from the same firearm?
That's correct.
Can you please talk about your next findings?
The next finding talked about fragments that were submitted, and they were not suitable for forensic microscopic comparison purposes.
And why could that be?
Based on the bullet design, impact, there's various causes that the bullet would be unsuitable. The rifling marks, the characteristics weren't on the projectile. It could be a piece of fragment that separated.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 260 through 280. Do you recognize these?
I do, yes.
And does that correlate to your report of 0802 through 0822?
That's correct. These are fired cartridge cases that I analyzed.
And these have all been previously admitted as those fired cartridge cases that were collected from the scene. I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 282, 283, and 284. Do you recognize these?
I do, yes. Again, these are fired cartridge cases that I analyzed in this case.
And does that correlate to 0824 through 0826 from your report?
Yes, it does.
Again, these were the fired cartridge cases that were collected from the scene. And I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 287 through 304. Do you recognize these?
Yes, I do. Again, these are fired cartridge cases that I analyzed in this case.
And that would be, that this would correlate to your report of 0828 through 0845.
That's correct.
These are all cartridge cases that were collected at the scene. And then lastly, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 307 and 308. Do you recognize these?
I do, yes. Again, fired cartridge cases that I analyzed.
And that correlates with 0848 or 48 and as well as 0849. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Were you able to make a determination as far as these cartridge cases that were collected at the scene to the firearms that were submitted for testing?
Yes, I was.
What was that?
In my opinion, all the submitted fired cartridge cases were eliminated as having been fired from any of the submitted firearms.
Were you able to make a comparison for the fired cartridge cases themselves?
Yes.
And what was that?
In my opinion, all the submitted cartridge cases were identified as having been fired from the same unknown firearm capable of chambering and firing a 5.56 by 45 millimeter cartridge.
And that's what you document right here?
That is correct.
Is it common not to have a firearm that's been submitted come back to cartridge cases that have been submitted?
I'll just object to the speculation of that.
Can you ask that one more time?
Sure. There are several times where fire cartridge cases are submitted, but you don't have the firearm that those fire cartridge cases were fired from.
Yes, all the time.
And all 44 fire cartridge cases that were submitted, they were all fired from the same unknown firearm. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Can I move approach?
Yes.
Has he been wearing the same thing every day since we started this trial? Or is it just me? I'm like, why does he look like he have on the same outfit every day? Does he have on the same outfit every day? Or is it just me? Yeah, I'm zooming up.
Go back on the record. The record will reflect that the defendant is present, the attorneys, the state is present, the jury is present and seated. And before the break, the state has passed Philip Long. Is the defense ready to cross-examine?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning still, I think, sir. Is it appropriate to call you Mr. Duong?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple of questions as it relates to the report that you generated.
Okay.
I think that one of the things that you mentioned in here are class characteristics. Is that right?
Not in the report, but yes.
But there was part of your testimony.
Correct, yes.
Was about class characteristics. And so class characteristics is like a general category, right?
It exists in multiple populations, so throughout different manufacturers, different types of guns. Yes.
So it's general.
Yes.
Okay. And you sort of used that analogy about being losing your car in a parking lot.
Correct.
Okay. And you were using that because, for example, I think you said an SUV, right?
That's correct.
And SUVs are super common.
Correct.
That lots and lots and lots of people drive them, right? And that's sort of similar to the way that we deal with class characteristics. They're very common across manufacturers.
That's correct.
Okay. Like, for example, I think that what you testify to or what your report indicates is that the DPMS rifle, right, and the Smith & Wesson rifle have the same class characteristics.
Based on the projectiles, yes.
Okay, so again, just another kind of general, you know, many different firearms have the same class characteristics.
Right.
Okay. And I think that many of the sort of cartridge casings, I guess they would, is how you refer to them in your report, are 5.56 by 45. Is that right?
That's correct.
And 5.56 by 45 is one of the most common sort of sizes, or, you know, it's the most common type of bullet. Is that right?
I wouldn't say most common, but it is a common caliber for rifles.
And how many rifles, for example, could fire a 5.56 by 45?
I couldn't tell you the answer to that.
Multiple?
Numerous.
Okay. So it's not unique to any of the firearms that were here. I mean, so they fire them, other firearms fire them, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about the matching fire cartridge casings.
Okay.
I think that we can agree that tool mark comparison is somewhat subjective.
It is subjective, absolutely.
And so you sort of test fire things and you form an opinion that's based on whatever you can see and some of your sort of own internal analysis. Is that right?
Based on training experience, yes.
And then you don't just make that decision by yourself. You then have a supervisor or whatever, somebody else that reviews your work. Is that right?
Another competent firearms examiner will then verify my work.
Okay, so, and you said that happened here.
That's correct.
Okay. And so, may I approach you?
Yes, you may.
Okay. So, you as a competent firearms expert, right?
Yes.
And your colleague who reviewed your work,
That's correct.
also competent.
Yes.
Okay. Made the determination that whatever it is that you received to test didn't match this.
Correct. Correct.
Okay, and so this is just here, but it doesn't match.
Which state's exhibit is that?
This is going to be a States Exhibit 508.
Thank you.
Okay, so I mean we have a firearm here. It's heavy, it's big, but it doesn't have anything to do with anything because it doesn't match any of the things you were asked to test.
Correct. All the fired evidence was eliminated to the firearm that you're holding.
Okay, and then again in this States Exhibit 509. Right? And I know you have different numbers.
That's correct, yeah, I do.
Okay, let me see if I can.
It's a red dot on the side of the firearm.
A red dot. Oh. Nope. My eyes. I cannot see that. I'm sorry. Do you want to look at it and see if you can?
If you don't mind. This is item 0401.
Okay, which is what?
It is a 7.62 by 39 rifle.
Okay, so this didn't match what
Correct.
you and your colleague determined. So this is just here. I mean, the state just brought this here, but it didn't match anything. It doesn't have anything to do with this.
Correct. Everything
Okay.
was eliminated to that firearm.
Okay. And then this one is States Exhibit 510.
0501.
Okay, because you have really good eyes. I'm getting old. Here you go.
Yes, it's 0501.
Okay, and what's this one?
That is a 5.56 by 45 millimeter rifle.
Okay, so 5.56 by 45. That's what we were talking about before.
Correct.
Okay, very, very common.
Yes.
Okay, and then none of the things that you tested match this.
All of the fired cartridge cases that were submitted was eliminated to this firearm. However, the suitable fired projectiles were inconclusive to this firearm.
Okay, but my question is the things that you were, the FCCs that you were collecting or testing or whatever.
Yes.
That they don't go with this one.
Correct. All
Okay.
the fired cartridge cases were eliminated.
Okay, so this, again, just here.
Correct.
Like, doesn't have anything to do with this.
Correct.
Okay. And then obviously, I think you said that did you test this States Exhibit 1136?
I did, yes. That's my item 0601.
Okay, and then obviously this is what?
It's a 9mm caliber Glock pistol.
Okay, so this again.
Correct. Everything was eliminated to that pistol.
Okay. So these are really just here for show, it sounds like. Because they don't match argumentative.
Sustained.
Okay. Okay, so I guess a better way of saying that is your testimony that you're giving us here today is that you and your competent colleague don't have any evidence to offer this jury about the fired cartridge casings and these firearms.
My opinion is that...
I'm so sorry, I just want to make sure that you're able to be responsive to the question that I'm asking. If I didn't ask it in a good way, I'm happy to rephrase it. But my question to you is, you tested fire cartridge casings, right?
Correct.
Bullet fragments, right?
Correct.
Other pieces of bullets, is that right?
Other fragments and bullets, that's correct.
Okay. And your determination is that all of the firearms that the state is bringing up here, they don't match what you found, what you tested.
I was unable to link it to any of the firearms submitted.
Okay, and then as it relates to the fired cartridge casings that you did test, I think your testimony was that you believed that they came from the same firearm.
In my opinion, they were identified as
Okay.
having been fired from one gun.
And that's in your opinion, and that's together with your with your colleague. That's because I want to describe them correctly. The way that you described your sort of supervising person colleague is that they're also sort of a competent firearms person.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And so does that other person share that opinion?
Yes, they do.
Okay. So together, you guys are saying that you think that they came from the same firearm.
They did come from the same firearm.
Do you know which firearm?
I do not know.
Do you know if it was a bolt action firearm?
I do not know.
Do you know if it was a semi-automatic firearm?
I do not know.
Okay. Or a fully automatic firearm?
I don't know that.
And that's based on sort of and those were 5.56 by 45s, right?
That's correct, yes.
Which is super, super common.
It's a common caliber.
And the characteristics are somewhat subjective as it relates to being able to make that determination. You have to use some amount of sort of opinion to sort of complete your picture.
It is a subjective science, yes.
And based on that, what you can't be sure of is with the FCCs that they were from the same firing class. Is that fair?
Can you ask that again?
So maybe I'll ask it this way. Can you be sure which firing class the FCCs came from?
What do you mean by class?
So, and maybe I should say, as it relates to the subjectiveness of your determination, as it relates to the fired cartridge casings that were that were produced to you, you can't say what brand they were.
Correct. The class characteristics are not unique enough to determine a make and model.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to pass the witness this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you do your report, you form your own opinion. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And then it is peer reviewed to make sure that your findings are correct.
That is correct, yes.
And in order to eliminate any sort of firearm, you have to do a microscopic examination in order to eliminate any firearm. Is that correct?
We're comparing based on the class characteristics among other characteristics as well.
And so what evidence that may be collected, we won't know if it's relevant or not until you are able to do that testing.
That is correct.
I'll pass the witness.
Thank you. Defense?
Just maybe have 1 minute, Your Honor.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
May this witness be released?
No objection from the state?
No objection.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State, calling the next witness.
State call, Scott Morris.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and please spell both your first and last name for our court reporter?
My name is Scott Morris, Scottmorris.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by the FBI.
And so when I address you, how would you like me to address you?
Just Mr. Morris is fine. I'm not an agent.
Now, Mr. Morris, I kind of want to hop right into things. What is your title with the FBI?
With the FBI, I'm the Deputy Lab Director. I'm also a Master Digital Forensic Examiner.
And can you please tell us, jury, a little bit about your background as it relates to law enforcement prior to the FBI and then now with the FBI?
I was employed by the City of Grand Prairie for 21 years. I was a detective for 10 years. In 2015, I was assigned to the North Texas Regional Computer Forensics Laboratory, otherwise known as the NTRCFL. There, I was trained to do digital forensics, and I was doing digital forensics from 2015 to now. When I retired in 2021, I was hired by the FBI at the same laboratory.
And what type of training does one have to be an examiner with the FBI?
It starts out with when I went through about 15 to 18 months of hands-on classes, going to Quantico, Virginia, going on searches in the field, where you're taught the basic file systems, operating systems. Your initial training really covers how to image hard drives, image and deal with laptops and mobile devices. After the initial training, you can go and get additional certifications or authorizations to do Macintosh computers, to do audio and video exams, and a multitude of other things. And so that training continues. Once you've been certified, you continue doing yearly training to keep your training update. And so since 2016, I've had an additional 12 to 1,300 hours of training.
And do you maintain and keep up all that training as part of your current position?
The training, yes, sir.
Is all of your training and background maintained within your CV?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
And permission to move about freely during this testimony?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Morris, I'm showing it's been 963. Is this a recent copy of your CV?
Yes, it is.
And contains your
law enforcement experience, your experience with the FBI, of course, all of your relevant experiences as it relates to your testimony here today?
Yes, sir.
State would offer State's Exhibit 963 for all purposes. Previously tendered to the defense counsel.
No objection.
Exhibit 963 is a medical purposes.
Thank you. Commissioner Public. And the jury will have this back there with them to look at. I'm gonna bring all of this up here now. Have you had a chance to review I just want to make sure I don't get too out of order with all of this. And Your Honor, after he checks to see what they are, I will say what they are for the record. States Exhibit 698 through, 707. Are you familiar with those documents? And yes.
Yes, I've seen. These are reports and search warrants that I've already reviewed, and then my report of examination, which I created, as well as the hard drives I created. I don't know what this is. Okay.
And then yes. States Exhibits 755 through. Is there one behind that? Okay, 755 through 793, are those still shots from one of the extractions you did?
Yes, they are.
Now, States Exhibit 712, again, I'll read everything off of the record. States Exhibit 712. Some of the examiners that are going to be called in this case are now retired, is that correct?
Correct.
712, is this an extraction that was done by Jackie Northrup that you put onto that drive?
Yes, it should be.
On 712?
On 712, yes.
Okay, and then 699 is your extraction, correct?
Correct.
And then 752, 753, 754, and 795, are you familiar with these?
Yes, these are videos these are discs that was created by the district attorney's office that came from my hard drives.
Okay. I can't remember how big. A terabyte, 2 terabytes, 3 terabytes?
The data, I think, is only about 1 terabyte.
1 terabyte. The condensed version of selected videos from your hard drive?
Correct.
Okay. The cell phone extractions you did were from phones 501, 503, 505, 504, and 506. We just double check those real quick to make sure those are the phones. And those have been admitted already for all purposes. Can you just verify that those are the phones, though?
Yes, these are all the phones that I examined.
And then State's Exhibit 507, which has already been admitted for all purposes.
Correct. This is the DVR I examined.
And as it relates to Ms. Northrup's examination, she's the best person to testify to her actual examination. But since she's retired, you placed the contents on this for the purposes of this trial?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer State's Exhibit 712 for record purposes now, which will then be testified later by the examiner who actually did that examination.
That's the extraction by MO3?
Correct.
Is there an objection to that being
I was trying
for
to
record
ask.
purposes?
I was trying to ask the state if I understood that this witness is going to be here to testify later. So I was just asking that question.
Correct.
So, I mean, we would just object just because she'll be here later. But,
370 to 375.
and she can authenticate or she can identify her own work product.
Thank you. The objections of the Rule States Exhibit 712 is admitted for record purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. So I'm going to kind of go through these now, and so that way we can make a clean record of all these things we've just discussed. 70 2, 3, 4, 5, and 698. Those are all search warrants, correct?
Yes, sir.
Those are all what?
Search warrants
Okay.
for the different pieces of evidence that you did examinations on.
Correct.
State's going to offer State's Exhibit 698, which is a search warrant for the Night Owl DVR system for record purposes only. State's Exhibit 702, which is a search warrant for a black Apple iPhone, pursuant to a search warrant for record purposes only. 703, which is a search warrant, again for record purposes only, for an Apple iPhone. 704, another search warrant for record purposes only, a Samsung phone. 705, a white and silver iPhone search warrant. And we offer these just for record purposes. These are all items that were
Did you
received.
say 695 as well?
Yeah, 698, and those are all items that were seized from the 3915 Ramona house, Your Honor.
At this time, Your Honor, defense would re-urge its previously filed motion as it relates to these. I think there's 5 here. I think that there's a total of 6 items, but re-urge our previously filed motion.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Evans, if you would restate what each of those exhibits are. I have 703 as the search warrant for the Apple iPhone.
So there's multiple iPhones. So 703 is specifically the search warrant for a black Apple iPhone that was seized at Ramona, and the number that NTRCFL uses is DL
I don't need to know that right away. 704 is a Samsung phone.
Yes, Your Honor.
705 is what, black and white Apple iPhone?
White and silver, Your Honor.
White and silver. Is there 695 included in it? I thought I heard you say 695.
698.
698, okay. And that's for the DVR.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. The defendant's objections overruled. States Exhibit 703, 704, 705, and 698 are admitted for record purposes.
And 702, Your Honor, was another search warrant. Also was a black iPhone.
I'm assuming the same objection by the defense. Is that right?
Yes, it is correct.
Okay. States Exhibit 702 is admitted for record purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission, well, not publishing this. Now, 706, what is 706?
So this is a Blu-ray disc which I created after the exam was complete in 2025 at the request of the Dallas County District Attorney's Office. I don't know if y'all's disc became corrupt, but it's basically a duplicate of the original disc that I created.
And this was so we have one to be put into evidence.
Yes.
699, you also did the same thing, and this is a copy of the DVR that you did?
Yes, of all the video plus selected video.
And those selected videos on 699 were the selected videos from DPD? From the detective who originally met with you?
Correct, the ones he requested.
Okay. But both these copies came at my request for purposes of putting into evidence?
Yes, sir.
But they are exact copies and duplicates of the original extraction that you did?
That's correct.
State would offer 699, which is a copy of Mr. Morris's cell phone or extraction of the DVR. 706 is all the cell phone extractions that he did in this case. And we'd offer both for all purposes.
Did you say 705 and 706?
699.
699.
699 and 706.
Any objections?
Mr. Adams, can I just need to ask you just a few questions? Clear.
And 699 are admitted for all purposes.
Rest of the public?
Mm-hmm.
We'll be here for now. Okay. $700 and 701. What do we have in 700 and 701?
These two exhibits, when we process a DVR after we create a forensic image and we export video, the tool, DVR examiner, creates a report to basically dictate what it is that we've exported out. And each of these is just, the splash page of what was exported.
Okay. 707, what do we have here?
707 is going to be my report of examination. Whenever we do an exam at the RCFL, once we're done, we put all of our results in a narrative summary to explain what we did, what questions were asked of us, and what our responses were, what we found. So that's what this is my report of examination.
Okay. And 752, 753, 754, and 795. 752 being selected videos from November 10th of 2020 from the DVR. 753 being select videos from 11/11/2020 from the DVR. 754 being select videos from 11/22 from the DVR. 795 being select videos from 11/23 from the DVR. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in 699, it's a lot of videos because I think it encompasses an entire month.
Roughly.
And so this just narrows it down kind of to 4 days. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And there was multiple camera angles, so this actually cuts it down to a specific cameras and only 4 days.
Correct. There are 8 cameras available.
Okay. State would offer 700, 701, 752, 753, 754, and 795 for all purposes.
May I just ask Mr. Adams one question? Yes.
All right, would you list those exhibits again?
752, 753, 754, and 795.
And Your Honor, may I briefly take this witness on board iron? And you said Mr. Morris is appropriate.
That's fine. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You did the extraction of like a DVR and cell phones. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you're familiar with sort of the way that metadata is associated with information that can be digitally extracted.
Correct.
Can you tell me a little bit about what metadata is?
So metadata is essentially data about data. So, for instance, in a cell phone, you might have a text message or an image that's on the phone, and then there's actually data that explains about the image. It may say how it was sent. It may talk about the size of the image. It may give a date and time stamp.
And it's kind of...
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. That's outside the scope of voir dire of the witness.
Well, then may I sort of ask my next question to figure out whether or not it really is outside of the scope of voir dire?
Go ahead.
Okay. In your report, did you include the metadata of any of the digital devices that you examined?
I would need that clarified on how you mean the metadata. I can explain what I'm thinking, or...
So I think my question is, on a cell phone, for example...
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. It's outside the scope of voir dire and the witness.
Okay. Then the only other question that I have is, you're familiar with what metadata is?
Yes.
And that it can be a part of digital evidence?
Correct.
And that it can also be extracted?
Yes.
Okay. Then I'm going to object based on the fact that from what I can review from this witness, I have not seen the metadata associated with the extractions that he did.
Okay, thank you. Defendant's objections are overruled. State's exhibits 752, 753, 754, and 795 are admitted for all purposes.
Have you had an opportunity? Did I ask you about these?
Yes.
Okay. And 755 through 793 are all still shots of just again, a smaller portion of this terabyte of videos. Is that fair?
Correct. I was able to go through and review each of the images he presented to me and locate them within the video.
State Record 755 to 793 for all purposes, previously tendered to Defense Counsel.
No objection.
State's Exhibits 755 through 793 are admitted for all purposes.
Now, Mr. Morris, inside this brown envelope, are these just smaller photos of some of these?
Very small, yes.
Very small. Are you familiar with 3 of the photos that are in 794?
Yes.
What are 3 of the photos in 794?
The 3 photos that I recognized immediately were still shots or images I observed on the data extracted from the DVR.
That came from your DVR?
Correct.
Now, I'm showing it's been marked and previously admitted into evidence already before this jury is 751. Is that the 4th photo that's contained on 794?
It appears so, yes.
Okay. At this time, our state record State's Exhibit 794 for all purposes. All of the 4 pictures contained within 794 have been independently already placed into evidence.
We're going to object to 794 as just altered evidence.
What's the state's response to that?
Your Honor, it is, if the court would like to review, it is not altered. It is the photos that have already been in. It is just 4 of them put together and just smaller portions of them.
Thank you. Defense objection is overruled. State's Exhibit 794 and 751 are admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish.
Issued.
And the state would offer 794A for demonstrative purposes only for this jury.
Describe 794.
It is the exact same as 794, just larger.
Any objection?
Oh, yes, that same objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
That's overruled. 794A is admitted for demonstrative purposes.
Now, Mr. Morris, 794A that we have here, the 3 photos that came from your extraction are the first 2 and the 4th one. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And 751, which was previously admitted, the jury will recall the testimony of the freeway and the Kroger truck, but that's the photo that's then placed on here.
Okay.
And this location here came from the search warrant at 3915 Ramona Avenue in Dallas, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I may have 1 moment, please, to set up my videos.
Yes.
Thank you. And just so I can use your photos as a reference. And you said there were how many cameras on this DVR system itself?
It had 8 camera views available.
First, I'm going to play for you a portion of a video from November 10th, 2020. The extraction process itself, before we kind of get into this, I'm going to... The extraction process itself, can you explain how that works for a DVR, please?
So for a DVR, to kind of preface, once it's submitted into our evidence, it comes in, it's assigned a barcode. In this case, it was given barcode DL114290. Once I have the case, I'll take that from the evidence control facility within our laboratory. I'll do a physical inventory of it. I'll take pictures of the top, bottom, sides, kind of, so I know what type of state it's in. We'll then open it up and see what's inside it, figure out 1 hard drive, 2 hard drives, whatever the case may be. From that point, I will attach the hard drive to a piece of hardware that protects it. It's called a write blocking forensic duplicator. It protects that hard drive from being written to, so I can make a forensic image of it without altering anything on it. As part of that process, once you create your forensic image, the initial image is going to have a hash value, in layman's terms, similar to a digital fingerprint, that you can, go back and verify as many times as you want to make sure that your image has not been altered at all during the examination. So you create your image, it has a couple of hash values, and then if you go back a year later, 5 years later, 10 years later to that forensic image, it should always be the same, showing that we haven't changed anything. However, when you create the forensic image, it's not in human readable form, it's in computer language. So then you would need a tool, in this case DVR examiner, to process it and put it so that it can be viewed. So you would create your forensic image, have it verified, it's correct, then process it with DVR examiner and have it, process all the video clips that are available, and then you can sort through and search for whatever you need to, whatever's asked of you by the search warrant and the requester.
And there's a timestamp on this video. Do you see that timestamp?
Yes, I do.
Now, in your report that's in evidence for the jury, you notate that there's an offset to the timestamp. Can you explain what an offset means?
An offset is essentially, in this case, that the DVR the DVR is showing one time and it's not accurate to real time. In this case, it was 58 minutes approximately. 58 minutes, 42 seconds ahead of real time. Excuse me. So you would then have to make sure you're aware of that so that when you're selecting video and looking for specific time frames, you know that your video is off by approximately an hour.
Deputy Wheeler, would you go over there and assist? We don't want the sir. Thank you, though.
So regarding the offset of the time, can you talk about that just briefly?
So here, like if you look in the top right-hand corner, you'll see the date, November 10th, 2020. You'll see that it reads 13:09:33, so 1:09 p.m., 33 seconds. That's actually 58 minutes, 42 seconds approximately ahead of real time.
Do you know how to get rid of the, so it was 1 hour ahead?
Approximately.
And I think in your report you said it was 58 seconds, is that correct?
58 minutes and
Sorry, 58 minutes.
roughly.
There we go. Alright, I'm going to move forward to 13:09, 36 seconds. So this would have been really roughly 12, 11, and 36 seconds-ish
Roughly, correct.
on November 10th.
That's correct.
Now, you weren't involved in the actual investigation into this murder or anything, correct?
I was not.
So as far as individuals that we see in this video, not really anything that you're familiar with as far as that.
No, sir.
Publishing what is still the 10th at 17. $17:32:40, and I'm gonna let this play for a second. And that's when I say 17:32, 55 seconds, that's the video time, but actually real time being 16:32.
Correct.
So 4:30 Dallas time.
Correct. The time in the upper right-hand corner is the DVR's time.
I see an individual coming out at 17:33:36, getting on a cell phone. Does that individual appear to be wearing the same clothing that's in State's Exhibit 794 behind you?
Yes, sir.
If you'd like to.
And this individual is about to walk back into the picture here in about 8 seconds. You are law enforcement, and you still are. You're FBI, but that individual walked out of the picture with a phone in one hand. Do you see him walk back into the picture at 17:34:26?
Yes.
And do you see something in his other hand?
I do.
And what does that appear to be to you, based off your training and experience as about law enforcement?
That appears to be a firearm.
And I sure wound it to 17:33:46. And this was November 10th, correct?
Correct.
And at 17:34:23, we see him walk in. Do you see what type of a firearm that looks like?
I would just object to this individual was qualified as an expert in forensic extraction and digital evidence, and was not qualified as an expert on firearms.
If you know. If you don't know, don't answer.
I do not know what type of firearm it is.
Okay. Do you see what's on the base of it? What type of magazine, or do you see that?
It would appear to be, yeah.
Okay, I'm so sorry, sir. If I would just renew my same objection, he indicated that he doesn't know what type of firearm.
And your objection is sustained if the witness doesn't know what type of firearm or what the whatever else is on the firearm, then he shouldn't testify.
If he does recognize it, Your Honor, can he?
Yes.
If you recognize anything attached to that firearm, do you recognize it?
It simply appears to be a larger capacity magazine.
Okay. I'm going to go over to camera 7 at roughly 18:02. Do you see a vehicle in that that portion of the video?
I do.
At 18:06, 43, we're playing now from camera 7, which again would be about roughly 5 p.m. in Dallas.
5:04-ish, 5:06, yeah, somewhere in there. Again, 58-ish minutes offset.
And at 1809, we see that car begin to move, correct?
Correct.
And you drive out of view of the camera set. Going back to the other camera for that at 18. (180606). Do you see that individual again in 754?
Correct.
Excuse me, Your Honor, 794. I'm just going to let this play for a moment. Do you see this person, the same person exiting the house at 180646?
Yes, sir.
And do you see what appears to be under his arm?
Appears to be the same firearm.
And we see that black car is moved now at 1809-36 into that camera view.
Correct.
I'm going to move over to November 11th. November 11th, camera 3. At 1348. See another car arrive, appear to be a different type of car.
Yes, sir.
And this is November 11th at approximately 12:48 p.m.
Correct.
Are you aware of what time the murder in this case took place at?
No, sir.
Do you see the individual entering the house at 13:48:45 with a backpack on?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And do you see his pants and his underwear?
Yes, sir.
And he's there with another individual?
Correct.
Now at November 11th at 14. Oh, 18 is when I start playing. Again, this would be approximately 1 o'clock, 1:10.
Yep. Correct. Approximately.
See that individual walk out carrying something?
Yes.
14:09:20, that individual comes back out of the house again. And do you see anything in his hands when he comes back out at, I think, 22, 23-ish?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize what that was in his hands?
I would only speculate.
Okay, well, don't do that. Okay. But you saw something in his hands?
Correct.
That was at 14:09:26. We'll go over to camera 7 at approximately the same time.
That's true.
And so this is that same camera angle that we saw from the previous night of November 10th. Is that correct?
It appears to camera 7.
I'll start playing at 14:02:27. Fast forward to 14:08. And at 14:10:12, what do you see going on in the video?
The two individuals are standing near a barbecue grill burning something.
Now, just going through some of these slides, we have November 10th,
on camera 3 at 1310, we see an individual outside with what appears to be a firearm in his hand.
Correct.
What color would you describe that underwear as?
Light blue.
What about the coloring of that firearm?
Black and brown, maybe.
Now later that night, individual outside with something in his hand at 17:33:36 is in State's Exhibit 757, 758, 759. We see him enter back in to the camera shot on camera 3 at 17:34 with what appears to be a firearm in his hand.
Correct.
Now there's been what's been described as barrel drums, but you said a large capacity magazine. Is that fair?
Correct.
What I'm holding here has previously been admitted as State's Exhibit 848. When you talk about a large capacity magazine, is State's Exhibit 844 a large capacity magazine?
I would say so.
Okay. And is the kind of a street term for one of these a drum?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
But that's what it appears that firearm appears to have on it.
It would appear so, yes, sir.
Consistent with that, please.
Consistent, yes.
And how long were you in law enforcement?
21 years.
I understand FBI again is law enforcement, but 750 or 760. 761 is the Camaro. 762, we have the individual leaving the house. 764, you can see he has something in his mouth, but carrying something in his arms. Is that fair?
Correct.
765, getting into that same black Camaro. 767, leaving that house at 18:09:20, which would have been roughly 5:11 p.m. on November 10th. Is that correct?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 768. We see that individual wearing. Can you describe the underwear that person has on?
Light blue.
And that's at roughly 13:48:42, which is roughly 12:50 p.m.
Correct.
On November 11th. In State's Exhibit 770, we see that individual walking out of the house at roughly 1:10 p.m. with something in his hand.
Correct.
(772), we see him going to what appears to be a grill. 779, something in his hands with that's white and red in color.
Correct.
(776), the two individuals at the grill. 778, pouring something into the grill. 779, we see something beginning to burn. Is that fair?
Fair. Correct.
780, something burning as well.
Correct.
Now there's other still shots from later in the evening. 781 is at 18:09, so roughly 5:01 p.m. or 5:11 p.m.
Yeah, roughly about 5:10, 5:11 p.m.
Okay. Can you describe what the two people in that picture are wearing?
The male is wearing black pants and a long sleeve blue shirt. The female is wearing like yellowish green shorts and a black t-shirt with a design across the front.
752 is an individual leaving at 9:13.
About 9:06, 9:07.
Okay. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Ish.
Math's off. Now, jumping ahead, and I think it's 783. 783. This is
11/22 at 16:37. But these are all the photos that have already been admitted through you.
Correct.
See an individual getting into a silver car in State's Exhibit 786 at approximately 4 p.m.
Yes.
Um, 789, we see that individual in that jacket again going back to that silver car getting a backpack, and 790. 791 going back to that car.
Correct.
792 talking to somebody.
Correct.
793 is just taillights on a vehicle. Is that fair?
Fair. Yes.
I'm done playing videos for the moment.
About 12:21, do you have much more with this witness?
I do, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a 1 hour lunch break and be back here at 1:30.
All right.
I like cameras. I like video footage. Oh yeah, it tells the story. Like we even got to see him go get the lighter fluid. Like, dang. We got to go see him get the lighter fluid, go burn the stuff. We got to see it all, dude. Look at this. You can't make this up. And I want to know who are the other people that are with him that are helping him get rid of evidence and do stuff. Look at this. Yeah, I think that is the car. Oh my goodness. Darn, why he can't get back in his car? Oh, there go the blue draws. He done. It's over. Y'all see him? There go the blue draws. That's the car. That is him. Yeah, LaDonna, he cooked. He cooked because wasn't nobody else wearing them old light-skinned blue draws. He done. Next up. Can we match up the shoes, y'all? Look at the shoes. Can we match those up too? That's the same weapon. I can kind of tell with the thing, right? Oh yeah, he done cooked. That's fried chicken right there, y'all. Yeah. Look out, he done. Yeah, he done. Oh man, I was waiting to see what was gonna connect him because couldn't nobody really identify him. But he done blew it with this old mess. Hey Brian, welcome in. Yeah, he done blew it with this. Yeah, he guilty. You can see the blue draws from a mile coming, baby. That's why he couldn't run over. Y'all see how he was trying to zigzag and run? Wait a minute. This is about the best one I've seen. I just can't understand for the life of me. Hey, Eva, I cannot understand for the life of me. And it upsets me. Why did MO3 get out of his car? I'm assuming that he was going to the other side to get a weapon and decided he couldn't get his weapon. And I guess you can't really do much after, Golly. Damn. I mean, don't have no care. Get out of the car just busting. Look at that. He unloading. Like he don't care about nobody else around here. He done blocked off the freeway. Remind y'all, it is in the middle of the day. It's like 12 o'clock. And he just get out with the chopper and get the busting. Dang. Look, he can't run that fast because his pants is almost down to his knees. This is crazy work. And it just so happened to have a vehicle, a truck driver who was driving, whose camera caught it. Yeah, you fried chicken. He signed, sealed, delivered. Oh yeah, he done. And you can see his face clear as, wait a minute, I gotta screenshot this. And you can see his face clear as day on all the videotapes with the blue drawers. I mean, whose camera is this? This is probably his house camera. This reminds me of Sean Gaffright when they was going to get everything and they was getting ready to go do the redrum and they were gonna drive to Tampa to unalive Fulio. They come out packing up all the stuff, him and Chance, like, and what gets him caught is his own cameras. So this is Devin Brown. So maybe he alleged accomplice. Maybe he was there afterwards, guys. We have to see if we can see him in any of these video footages afterwards. This the hitman. We just seen him, and then they saying Yella Beezy is the one that did it. You know, got them, you know, to do it. Wow. Oh, he in there eating them good old bologna sandwiches, baby. Don't you ever think that he not in there eating good, because he eating good up in that joint. Because he done got thicker than a Snicker. Oh, they say a gun was found in the victim's car years after the shooting. I wonder why it took them years to find that. But, okay. Let me see. Is this them back from lunch? Let me see.
We're back on the record. The record will reflect that the defendant is present in this hearing. The state is present. The jurors are present.
Yeah, go ahead and pat him on his back.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon.
Okay, so they are coming back from lunch. Just a reminder, guys. I'm gonna probably stop the streaming probably by 30 minutes. I'll see how much we have left, guys. I gotta bring my baby. My baby got an appointment today. So I gotta take her to her appointment. But here we go, guys.
You all feel a little refreshed? Everybody got something to eat? All right. Are those guys ready to proceed?
Stage ready, Your Honor.
Defense is ready.
Okay, state may continue.
Permission to approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Morris, you've already looked at these smaller exhibits. The smaller little playing cards, I guess, with Velcro of some of the
Still shots that are already in evidence, correct?
Correct.
All right. So in 755, a still shot of two individuals outside that house and around 12-ish?
12:10ish.
12:10ish?
Give or
On
take.
the 10th?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 757. What time is that around?
DVR time says 17:33, so minus the 58 minutes to hour that we've been discussing, 4:33-ish p.m.
On the 10th?
On the 10th, correct.
State's Exhibit 767. What time is that? And what day?
DVR time displayed at 18:09, 20 seconds on November 10th.
State's Exhibit 769. What do we have there?
It states November 11th, 2020. DVR time is 13:48.
So approximately what time?
12:48. If we're, again, we have the 58-minute to 59-minute offset, so approximately an hour.
State's Exhibit 780.
November 11th, 2020. DVR time 14:10. So again, roughly 1 hour ahead. So 1:10 p.m.
And that was approximately, or that was when the fire's going.
Correct.
In the grill. And that's kind of hard to see way out there in the video, but. $781.
November 11th, 2020. DVR time is 18:09, 31 seconds. So 17:09 approximately.
Okay. $791.
November 22nd, 2020. DVR time is 22:28, 54 seconds. So approximately 9:28, 9:30 p.m.
$793.
November 23rd, 2020. Looks like 01:20:53 DVR time, so approximately 12:20 a.m.
Just before 1 a.m. on the 23rd.
Correct.
Now, can you explain when you do an extraction? We'll start with the DVR. Can you explain the actual process of detective bring? I know we kind of got through a lot of stuff very quickly, and we didn't go into all the processes that are involved in it. But hypothetically, I'm a detective. I have a search warrant. I have the DVR. I bring it to you. Here's a search warrant to search what's maintained in it. Can you walk this jury through an extraction of a DVR?
So in our world, I'd probably refer it to as imaging of the DVR. Forensic images are more, kind of appropriate for hard drives and such, whereas extractions are more commonly linked with cell phones. So for a DVR, as I said earlier, it comes in, it gets assigned to somebody. In this case, it was assigned to me. I take the DVR out, I do my physical inventory of it, and open it up, look at the inside, what type of hard drive does it have, size, model number, take photographs, all that kind of stuff. Prior to that or during, I'm also comparing it to the search warrant. With the search warrant, I'm going to look and make sure the one that it lists a DVR or however the search warrant explains, it gives me the ability to look to that DVR. So I've got to stay within the four corners, as it's referred to, of search warrant, make sure I don't go outside my boundaries. Is what's being asked of me covered in the warrant? If it is, then I proceed. And like I explained, I would take a piece of hardware that is going to write block and make sure I don't write to the DVR. I'm going to get a pristine forensic image. It's going to have the hash values we discussed as far as kind of digital fingerprint to make sure that I can go back to my forensic image, a day after, 10 days after, 10 years later. If I run it again, it'll show that I never altered the image. So the image was pristine the entire time in that case. In this exam, that was all accurate. But that's just a forensic image. If I gave you the forensic image, you wouldn't be able to do anything with it, as far as reading it. You would have to have a tool to process it. In this case, I used DVR Examiner. You take DVR Examiner, you connect it to your image, and let it process all the video and put it out by date, camera, kind of all that type of information that you would want to know. From there, again, it depends on the detective or the investigator. Do they want specific video? Do they want everything? What are they requesting? You have to make sure if you have the ability to get your offset, in this case we did, to figure out is your DVR time and date accurate. If it is, great. If not, how far is it off so you kind of know what you're looking for. And then you're going to export all those, whatever's being requested of you. For DVR Examiner, when it exports the video, you have the option to have a hash value with each and every video. So again, I can export the video, present it to defense or to the district attorney's office or the AUSA's office, and if they look at it, they can go back and check a day, a week, a year, and make sure they didn't accidentally alter the video somehow. Because I've got the MD5 message digest, is what that is, hash value from when it was originally extracted from the DVR. So you've got that, and then when you export all the video, you'll have all the video come out. You'll have a DVR Examiner report that will list all of your videos, clip information, dates and times, and then the hash value.
Okay. Just since you talked about like the date and time, the offset in this case at 58 minutes, is that uncommon to have a time off on a DVR specifically?
No, because if you think of DVR, if it's connected to a network, then you might have more accurate time that gets updated all the time. If you have a DVR that you set up on, January 1st of a specific year, and then it just sits there and never connects to a network, never gets adjusted, over time, kind of like an alarm clock or a regular clock, it's going to lose a second here, lose a second there. If it's not adjusted for daylight savings time, you may lose some time there as well, so it's not uncommon.
And the Earth rotates at 365 and a quarter days, I think.
Sure.
And that's sort of a leap year every fourth year.
Correct.
And then we also have daylight savings, so time gets thrown off if you never adjust it.
It does, and so that's why we try to identify something stable. Can we identify something in there that gives us a reference to our offset? Sometimes if the DVR is password protected and we can't actually pull it up and see what the accurate settings on there. I've had instances where I've requested from the detectives, can you tell me the first time an officer arrives on scene? Because usually they arrive on scene, they notify dispatch. Okay, well now I've got, I see the first officer on scene. They told me the first officer arrived on scene at this time. Okay, now I've got a point of reference and I can see if my time and date is accurate or not.
And so there are ways to do it, but in this case you didn't have to go to that length to determine the offset.
Correct. This one was not password protected, so I was readily able to see the date and time that it displayed.
Now as far as an extraction of a cellular device, how is that the same and or different than doing a forensic image of a DVR?
So there's a couple differences. The procedure is still the same. You're still checking search warrant, still doing physical inventory of the phone. Is it on, off, whatever? Where the biggest differences come in is that when you obtain an extraction of a cell phone, it has to be on to do that. By and large, there's old ones, maybe not, but it has to be on. And so that's when you're getting that extraction, unlike a hard drive that's off, that extraction you get is a one-time hash value that you'll get for that. So if I obtain an abstraction on a specific date, again, say January 1st, if you went back to that phone and want to do it extracted again, well, you're going to have to power on the phone. It's going to start changing things, so the next extraction you get, that will not change. However, when we obtain the extraction, whichever one we do, it's encapsulated, and you can hash value that. So then again, my extraction, then it's similar. I can go back to my raw extraction, I can run that hash value 1 year, 5 year, 10 years later, and it should match, showing that nobody's altered that extraction in any way during processing or examination.
But every time if you were to do a new one, turn on phone, turn off a phone, there's new data, the phone cycles, there's all kinds of stuff that connects to the network potentially.
Potentially. Now, when we extract a phone, when it comes into the lab, we do whatever's necessary to remove or limit any network connectivity. We don't want to connect to the network. Physical SIM card you take out. You can put it in airplane mode, great. If it's something that's got to go straight to a machine, we try to get it straight to an extractor machine to do that. And then we use a couple different tools. Some of the well-known brands you may have heard are Gray Key, Magnet Gray Key, Cellbrite. Those are the two kind of largest extraction devices out there. And you'll take it, you connect it to an exam machine that's running one of those softwares, and you go through the process. Very simple. You follow the instructions on the screen. Do this, do that. Get your extraction, save it to a drive. It's going to give you a hash value, and you move on. And then again, if I gave you just the raw extraction, you wouldn't be able to plug it in and do anything with it without something to process it. Again, put it in something readable so that you know what you're looking at.
And is that what's been already admitted, that readable format?
Correct.
How, once you provide that either to the district attorney's office, the U.S. attorney's office, a law enforcement agency, well, let me backtrack real quick. When you do an extraction of a cellular device, do you comb through and look for evidence as it relates to a case, or are you just pulling all of the data from the phone?
So two things come into play there. One is the search warrant, like I said, or whatever legal authority. It could be consent. And the other is the request from the investigator. So we put those two together to figure out what we're going to do. A lot of times these days, investigators are a little more familiar with some of the tools, and they'll say, can I just have what's referred to as a portable case? With Cellbrite, it's called a reader report, and it kind of puts everything to where they can go through it themselves. And so if maybe a narcotics investigation, I may not be up to date on all the lingo and narcotics investigation, all the stuff. Well, they're going to do that themselves. And so we give them this portable case, and they can go through it. They say, well, this, and they can make their own tags. This is important, this is important, this is important. And then they can create smaller reports from there that are more specific to their investigation. There are times, if you might think of maybe a child abuse case or something that it's more specific, more understandable, they can say, no, we would like the examiner to go through and look for images or videos or evidence related to this specific offense. And then we go in and we do our own analysis and provide similar results, but we're the ones that comb through it and do the exam. Most forensic examiners would prefer that second one, where we have a little more control, going through and being able to later testify and say, this is what you have. A lot these days is investigators wanting to do it themselves, and so they ask for a portable case.
In the example you give, child abuse, so whether it's crimes against children, a child pornography type case, where there's certain things that the investigator is looking for, that might be something where they lay that up to you.
Correct, and they would just be specific on what they're looking for. It wouldn't just be go find a bunch of images. They would need to we would work with them and say, what is it you're looking for? What do you need? Is there time frames? Is there specific, if you're looking for messages, are you looking for messages from a specific phone or contact, so that we can narrow it down so we don't turn around and just say, oh, here's everything. They can ask for that, and we will provide what they ask for and what the warrant allows for. We would prefer to do more of a forensic examination if given the choice.
And in this case, what were you asked to do?
So on this one, for the DVR, for example, originally the initial request came in to ask for video on November 11th, I believe. In further discussions with the detective, Like, you have to allow for, again, the time offset, but, midnight could be videos starting a couple hours before. So you're kind of looking at the 10th and the 11th. Once he saw some of the video that was located that seemed responsive to his request, then he also requested all the video that was available. And so that's why in my report I have two kind of exports. I have the selected one. Here's the specific video he asked for that he found relevant. And then here's the second amended part of the request where he says, well, I want everything so I can review everything within that DVR.
And assuming, in this case, the warrant allowed for everything to be extracted and examined, then you provide everything.
Correct. I mean, if the warrant had been specific to say only these dates, if he would have asked for everything, I would have had to say, well, no, your warrant only allows for these 2 or 3 days. You need to either go get another warrant or just understand that I'm not going to be able to provide that, and that's up to the investigator.
And so the warrants itself, again, you weren't asked to, outside of the first select videos, as it relates to the DVR only, it was just initially the select date and time area that he was looking at, and then you provided the entire copy based off of what the warrant allowed, correct?
And his request, yes.
Okay. Now, as far as the cell phone extractions that you did you do a forensic examination, or what was the request for, and what did you do?
Again, the request was just the portable cases so that he could go through it himself.
Now, you've talked about investigators, prosecutors who are familiar with the case can use that portable case and then make smaller copies.
Correct.
Of selected things. I think this jury's already heard about some selected text messages from one extraction already in this case. Is it fair to say that cell phones these days are getting quite large?
And that would be fair. That'd be accurate.
I think mine may even have more memory and space than this computer that's sitting in front of me.
More than likely, yes.
And so if we were to print, let's say that, I think Apple's about to have a new phone in September maybe, but if they have a new phone and you were to print out every page of an Apple, a year from now, if I get that new Apple iPhone, I know this is a terrible hypothetical, bear with me, we'll get there. I get this new iPhone in September. A year from now, you do an extraction on it. Let's say I'm on it all day long. Potentially, how big could that, if you printed out every single page from that extraction, potentially how big could that be?
I mean, that would be thousands upon thousands, maybe million pages.
Hundreds of thousands.
Exactly. No, absolutely. I had a case years ago, and they did try to put it in a 3-ring binder, and that was 10 or 11 years ago, and it took a very large 3-ring binder, and that was a much smaller phone, so no, it would be huge.
And so as it relates to, like, in this case, I haven't printed, or I haven't shown you every printed out page from the 4 phones that you've done or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
Now, I didn't want to forget one thing. This morning, you grabbed me and you said, hey, just want to let you know, I found 2 typos this morning going through my report.
Correct.
And what were those 2 typos?
Probably copy-paste issue where I identified the Night Owl DVR as a Night Owl Swan. So that Swan was probably just something hanging over. And then in imaging the DVR, I referred to the Toshiba hard drive in the first paragraph. In the second paragraph, I referred to it as Hitachi.
Which it was not.
It's not, but I just noticed those. Correct.
Doesn't change the substance of your report or any of the examinations or
No, sir.
Okay. Now, you weren't asked to do a forensic examination of the contents of all these phones, so an investigator or detective or agent who did go through the portables could testify potentially to the things that actually came from these phones. Is that fair?
Fair.
If they know.
If they're aware of every aspect of what they're testifying to.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
I'm just going to show you what's been marked as states 1140 and 1141. Take my notes off for myself. Would you please take a look at 1140 and 1141?
I mean, this is portions of a reader report, kind of like that smaller report we were talking about. It's not all the contents, but it's some.
And so each tab there in 1140, those were from, y'all assigned specific numbers, and that number would be not only on the disk that contains all of them, all of the extractions, correct? But it'd also be on the back of the phone.
It'd be on the back of the phone. It'd be within our report of examination. You'll see how I refer to it within our report. So here it talks about the reader reports for, and then it lists DL 114291 through DL 114294, and the DL is the beginning of the barcodes that we were using at that time.
So the phones that are in evidence would be marked on the back DL 11, so on and so forth. And these smaller reports are from in 1140 are from DL 114294. Is that correct?
One of them is, yes.
And then 1141. How about that one?
I would have to go back to my reports. I don't know which phone you handed me. My examination notes would have the unique ID. It's an iPhone 7, so it's either.
Use your notes.
That's what's going to have the unique ID. There's a unique ID within the report that corresponds to my extraction. So on this first page, I would know that this is mine because it's going to correspond to my notes.
Would it help refresh your recollection by looking at your examination notes?
It would, because this is a very lengthy alphanumeric combination. I don't have that memorized. Okay, so this one is for DL 114291.
Okay. And that's marked as, what does the front of that binder say?
1141.
Okay, 1141. And how about the other one?
So this is DL 114294.
So the one 1140 ends in 94 and 1141 ends in 91?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer State's Exhibit 1140 and 1141 for record purposes at this time, previously tendered to the defense counsel.
Thank you. Would you describe them again for the record?
Yes, 1140 is some smaller generated reports from DL 114294, which is an iPhone, and 1141 is some smaller reports that have been generated from DL 114291, which is another iPhone, and both of those entire extractions have been previously admitted in State's Exhibit.
iPhone is referenced in DL ended in 94.
Can I ask Mr. Morris to describe the specific setup? For the one ending in 94, which specific iPhone is that?
It is a white and silver Apple iPhone SE.
Okay. And the one ending in 91?
Black Apple iPhone, I believe it's a 7.
Okay.
No objection for record purposes, Your Honor.
Okay. State's Exhibits 1140 and 1141 are admitted for record purposes.
I'll pass it with Sean.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Morris, I think that you described two different types of extractions that maybe it's your company, maybe it's all companies like yours can do for law enforcement. Is that right? Where you are extracting and you're creating a report and analyzing, and then you said that there's something called a portable case.
The portable case, yes, could be used in either one, but we have kind of two different methods where I'm asked to do the bulk of the examination and provide results, or basically, can you just give us a copy of everything in the phone and we'll do the analysis ourselves?
Right.
Is that okay?
And so, and you're saying that that's something that law enforcement can potentially ask you for, is that right? The portable case?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that it's inside of the parameters of a search warrant generally, right?
Correct.
But ultimately, you can create a copy of something and then give it to law enforcement, and they can look at it, manipulate it, decide what things mean, put things together, and that doesn't have anything to do with you.
Correct. I don't like the word manipulate, but yes, you're correct. They can go through it and identify what's relevant to them. Absolutely. Yeah.
Right? And decide how things fit together, and that doesn't have anything to do with you.
Correct.
And as far as you know, when they're doing that kind of thing, it's really just on them, right? In other words, you have oversight when you're creating a report, right?
Correct.
Okay, guys. So I think, instead of, I was going to let some of her testimony play the cross-examination, but I'm just going to stop it right now. I shouldn't be gone that long, just so y'all know. But it takes us too long to get these appointments, so I got to make sure she go. So we will get together after I get back. I would say just put your notification thing on. It'll probably be like close to like maybe, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. It'd probably be like 5 o'clock Mountain Standard Time to 3 o'clock. No, 5 o'clock to 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. But if not, then we can always do it in the morning. In the morning, team, you'll get it back. Are they going home now? Good. Good for them. Hey, Bart, welcome in. We just getting ready to leave off for the day. Well, for right now, I got to see if I can get back on here. I'm going to try to get back on here. But if it's after 5, I won't come back on. I know, Eva. Oh, gosh. Ugh. It ain't nothing I can do about it either. It's like, okay. And what I did is I scheduled her like, she got 3 appointments, like back to back, back to back. Because I was like, okay, I only want to do I want to do everything all in one day. So we getting started. Our first appointment is at 1:40. So, but, all right, crew, I will get back with you guys when I get back. I will send a message on Discord just in case. Shout out to the mods. Shout out to the chat. I appreciate everybody coming over and hanging out. Yeah, and Lindsay, people going home, so that works out perfect. You don't have to worry about that. Yeah, I think they're going to be deliberating for days. I don't think we'll have a verdict for that trial until next Wednesday. Me personally. I don't think we'll have one till next Wednesday. All right, guys, I'm gonna put our outro song on, and I will see you a little later, hopefully. Okay.
When Sweet Pete's absent, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mars on patrol, chatter showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapists you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mind like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, it's always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Marilia from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Fowler brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. Then Zach strolls and causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. A comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. Take it to trial. Shamrock keeps us trending, replay queen. Holding down the algorithm like a machine. SD's razor sharp, loyal through and through. And yeah, she adores Jason, nothing new. Drunky the bear with the white claws, way managing volunteers like she runs the whole land. Cynthia brings inside what takes sharp and steady. Donna keeps it real, 911 and always ready. Tilly Bird's the fat queen, receipts on tap. Easy's new, but she blends right into the pack. Tennessee, hard-lived, try support her with pride. Melly shows up her family for cooking for his dog. A steady carrying presence through the courtroom fog. And Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Baca loves her gram, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors straight up sublime. Barbara biggest supporter, heart kind and vast. Looking for missing kids, hope to truly last. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curvio, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From every corner of the world we climb to spend these nights together, one trial at a time. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. Mods and shadows, yeah, this love is something rare. A courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. To Sweet Pea and the mods in the chat we adore. This isn't just a channel, it's a family. And we couldn't ask for more.